right, I call this meeting to order at 7:07 p.m. Call on verification of quorum, Chair Cordes.
Lazo,
Present.
Reed,
Present.
Corelli, Thos, Morozov, Lim, Joliker,
Present.
Kringle,
Present.
Sherman,
Present.
Smith,
Present.
Trejo Hernandez,
Present.
Muratov,
Present.
Connolly,
Present.
Gumarov, Hamid,
Present.
Kaufman, Rudy, Lusht,
Present.
Gaudio, Metellus, Rose,
Present.
Rickett, Chauhan,
Present.
Escobar,
Present.
Naguib,
Present.
Wanjan, Johnson,
Present.
Patel, Weiderberg, Green, Hendry, Rubin,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Alcuda,
Present.
Benesh, Condoloro,
Present.
Colazo,
Present.
Rodriguez, Benwick, Grosso,
Present.
Janadra, Holman,
Present.
Renda, Richmond, Shen,
Present.
Barilla,
Present.
Vasquez,
Present.
Lipner, Morset.
Present.
32 out of 50, quorum is verified.
All right. Approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. Is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? All right, seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body president given by Vice President Brawley.
All right, good evening, Senate. First off, I think a big thank you is owed to the Election Commission for putting on such a successful election season. So thank you all. It's greatly appreciated amongst everybody in student government. Additionally, we look forward to a successful transition between our administration and the incoming president and vice president. Bryce hopes that you had a great and restful, safe spring break. This week, him and myself, as well as Attorney General Pallera and GAC Pallera, attended the annual Florida Student Association Rally and Tally Advocacy event. This involved members from all the other 11 Florida State University student governments, and we advocated for bills and meetings with state representatives and senators regarding food insecurity, the Bright Future Scholarship Program, and graduate student tuition fee waivers. We had a great time to connect with the other students from across the SUS, and I hope the event is just as successful as this year's in the future. Other than that, Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator Camarado has been busy hosting events for Earth Justice Week. Monday included a speaker series as part of World Water Day. Tuesday had a Green Assembly, and today she hosted a sustainability fair. We are very happy to see the great turnout at these events. And also on Tuesday, a huge shout out to Safety and Transportation Coordinator Lisman, Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator Carr, Academic Affairs Coordinator Laliotis, and everyone else who helped to organize and host the Women's Empowerment Conference. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body vice president. Are we ready?
Good evening, Senate. On Monday, I attended the first of many Provost Search Committee meetings, and I look forward to serving the students and the UCF community on that committee. Additionally, I'm also very excited for tomorrow as myself, Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator Jasmine, and Ashley from Ginsburg will be hosting the first Interfaith Council Interest Meeting. Representatives from some of our major faith-based RSOs will be in attendance, as well as people from UCF admin and local religious leaders. I am working with the student union to once again turn ballrooms into study spaces for finals week, which will provide an additional 150 study spaces for students. I hope everyone had a relaxing spring break and is ready to hit this very busy final month hard.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, you're also doing that.
Yeah.
Announcements from the, Attorney General's report whenever you're ready.
Comptroller first. That's all right.
Comptroller's report.
Good evening, Senate. Kylie says the balances are the same as the week before spring break. The FAO balance is $768.51 with a reversion rate of 2.77%. The CRT balance is negative $858.13 with a reversion rate of 3.57%. Additionally, I'm meeting with the Sports Club Council tomorrow, so if anyone has any questions or anything that they would like to ask, please email or text me. This is our moment to make a difference and be in the room, so please do not hesitate to ask.
Any questions regarding the comptroller's report? All right, seeing none, Attorney General's report.
Good evening, Senate. I had a great time attending the Rally and Tally event. During my meetings with legislators, I was the bill expert for HB 17, Florida Bright Future Scholarship Program. I attended these meetings alongside other students from the public Florida universities. It was fun to meet other SG leaders and have a great week.
Any questions? All right, seeing none.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Green.
President voting.
Senator Green, present in voting, so noted at 7:10 p.m. Rudy.
President voting.
Senator Rudy, present in voting, so noted at 7:10 p.m. Okay. All right, Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff Blanco.
Hi, everyone. First off, I'd just like to congratulate all the new senators watching, or returning senators, on a really great and incredible election. From me, all passing of the gavel invites have been sent out to your emails, so be sure to check all of your inboxes. They seem to go to people's junk inboxes, so if you feel like you didn't get one, double check all of them. And then if you're still not seeing one, just reach out to me and then we'll figure that out from there. And then next, my last event that I'm planning in my position is going to be the Charging Forward Forever event. This is an event for our graduate students, all of our graduate students, undergrad, doctoral, PhD, anything. They're all welcome at this event. It's going to be on April 7th, 5:30 to 7:30 over at the Alumni Center. So I'm super excited. And you'll see more on our Instagram and details to come for that soon. So yeah.
Any questions for Chief of Staff Blanco? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Deputy Chief of Staff Cabrera.
Hey everyone, happy Thursday. Congrats to all the senators returning or incoming. For me, we have SG on tour happening next week. You should have gotten an email if you are attending that has all the information. Be sure to join the group me with that. The SGLC banquet is April 4th in the Key West Ballroom at 6 p.m. Come celebrate our SGLCers. They've been working so hard this year. Can't believe it's already done. Alex and myself are planning an alumni networking conference on April 11th. That is going to be at the UCF downtown campus. I'd love for you all to show up and show out at UCF downtown so they can have some support. We'll have some 2 guest speakers and alumni that you can network and connect with. But that is all from me. Please don't hesitate to reach out and have a great night.
Any questions? All right, thank you. All right, Director of Student Affairs, Benitez.
Alrighty, hi Senate. As has been reiterated, congrats to everyone who ran for Senate again, or to the newly elected senators as well. My announcement is hope everyone had an amazing week off from spring break. I know we all really deserved it. This past month has been hectic for me, but my amazing division has been rock stars with planning their events. So shout out to everyone who has had an event in just the past 2 weeks, which is Cultural Fusion Fest with Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator Carr, our Women's Empowerment Conference, which was 4 of my coordinators under the Division of Student Affairs, and then Earth Justice Week with our Sustainability Coordinator as well. I'm partnering with Lucy on the Charging Forward Forever event. So any questions, you can come reach out to Lucy. Also reach out to me with that as well. And as always, reach out if you need anything from me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, are you giving yours to? All right, Director of Communications.
All right, that's what Director of Communications Valak stated. Hi, Senate. I hope you all had a great spring break. SG election results went up this month. Congrats to all the new and returning senators. SG on tour also went up this week. I want to shout out Deputy Chief Cabrera and Graphic Design Coordinator Malone for their awesome collaborations. This is a great event spreading SG resources, so please reshare it, repost it. As we're coming to the end of the semester, please let us know if there's any more NQ requests for the rest of the year as soon as possible so the comms team can start wrapping all the graphics up. Thank you.
Any questions regarding that report, Lazo?
You may not be able to
answer this, but I was just wondering what's like a secondary way that we can reach the comms team, just because like I've been having issues with a couple of posts going up that aren't complete, and when I try to like Teams or email, I'm not really getting any response back.
Are you like reaching for a specific coordinator or like just Anna in general?
I'm reaching out with Anna, but I'm also just trying to reach out to anyone just so
Mhm.
I get a response.
Well, if you send them an email, it's also just if you see Christina in the office, as like our chain of command, Christina oversees the division of communication. So anytime you don't see Anna in the office, but you see Christina, more welcome to stop her, and you can get connected with Anna with her.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Lipner.
President Voting.
Senator Lipner, present and voting at 7:15 p.m. All right. Announcements from the Chief Justice Rivera.
Hello, Senate. I hope everyone had a good spring break. The judicial branch is moving full speed ahead with the final weeks of this term. And last night we approved our annual edits and updates to the judicial rules of procedure. We're getting that over to Dr. Frame for final approval. The judicial review on Internal Bill 5627 is still temporarily postponed due to many shifting availabilities for the Judicial Council, our participants in this room. But I will send an updated order of the Judicial Council on the general Teams channel when a date and time has been set, though I am anticipating next Wednesday at 6 p.m. But I will send an updated order once that's confirmed. Lastly, I attached the open letter that I sent to President Lister with my concerns and a request for a veto on Internal Bill 5631. That's it for me. Thank you.
Any questions? Varela.
Wait, yeah, I might be mistaken, but I thought I got an order to appear on Monday. Is that like no void? 'Cause of
Yeah.
issues? Okay, cool, thank you.
Any further questions? Muratov.
Yeah, can you briefly explain what's the rationale between the vetoing of 5631?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I didn't catch that.
What's the brief reason for vetoing the bill?
Yeah, there's several different reasons that I outlined in my letter to the student body president, but primarily it's impeding the function of the Judicial Council through our committees and our informal advice as we build all of our archives and our precedent and our judicial rules of procedure. But additionally, it's sort of just kind of how we execute our function as a group. I think that the language is extremely restrictive, but it's also widely redundant. A lot of what's in the bill is already in our judicial rules of procedure, which is posted online. And a lot of that I outlined with excerpts from that document in the letter. But more than anything, it's also how it affects our students. So there's a key provision that doesn't let us work over the summer, at least through my interpretation. And I think that's particularly harmful for our student body.
Kringle.
So the bill hasn't been vetoed yet?
It has, from my understanding.
It has.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown.
Good evening, Senate. I hope you all had a great night. As of 5 p.m. today, we have fully concluded the 2024 election. With a total of 9,482 student votes cast across both elections, there is no doubt in my mind that this election will go down in the history of SG as a monumental one. Attached to my announcements is my first of two memorandums. This one details both the results and specifics of what the commission accomplished throughout the semester. Please fill out this feedback form to help us with this if you haven't already. Help us with our second memorandum if you have not done so already. In total, all but 8 seats of the Senate were filled or will be filled at the start of the next session. I am proud to have been part of the commission during this year, and I'm thankful to finally be able to congratulate everyone who has been elected now that we have officially ended this election. Thank you again to everyone for your support, to me and the commission throughout this process, and the memorandums below.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, and thank the Election Commission for your work. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APIA caucus, Vice Chair Chauhan.
Hi, Senate. Hope you guys are doing well and had an amazing spring break. We've been working on finding vendors for the APIA Market Day, which is Friday, April 4th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We're closing the vendor sign-up sheet tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Black Caucus, none. Disability Caucus, Chair Johnson.
So sorry. Okay, so we will not be meeting tomorrow. However, I did want to let you guys know that we are going to be hosting our ASL celebratory event. It's going to be in the Health Science 1 building in the atrium. That's going to be on April 15th on a Tuesday from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And everyone's probably going to be getting ready for the passing of the gavel. So I understand if you can't stop by. However, if you can, you'll learn about ASL culture. We'll be giving away free cupcakes, some SG ASL swag, and then you'll get to take a picture with Nitro. And if you did not know, one of the Nitros does sign ASL. So that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair Escobar.
Good evening, everyone. Yesterday, we hosted the Afro-Latino Leadership Panel here in the Charge on Chamber. It went very, very well. A special thank you to the panelists and all who came out. The caucus will be meeting next Wednesday at 2 p.m. to discuss final initiatives for this year and also any initiatives for the next session.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. LGBTQ plus caucus, none. Military and Veterans Caucus, Chair Collazo.
Hi, everyone. We did meet this week to review the proclamation recognizing the month of military child as it was waiting on the numbers and set events that will be taking place during the month of the military child. So the upcoming events that we have is on April 9th, a tentative Valencia Day for military students. So military students in Valencia will come here. And on April 12th will be Family Fun Day at Lake Claire. On April 17th will be the Army ROTC Military Ball. And on April 26th will be the Stole Ceremony for military students.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Hi, everyone. Last night's Repeating Women's History panel with League of Women Voters, that event was a success. Really great event. Really nice to speak with a bunch of representatives like our own Kelly Sumrond, who I didn't know was a professor here and a commissioner, or Anna Skamani, which needs no introduction. Other than that, today we had our Women's Business Showcase. Today was my last showcase, and I just wanted to say I'm very proud of the caucus and all the work we've done. Let's finish strong with our last event tomorrow, which is our Sexual Health and Wellness Bingo. That's going to be in room 221. I know that the post doesn't have a room, so I just wanted to clarify that. It's room 221 here in Student Union, and that's going to be at 6 p.m. And I would love to see you all there. And that's it from me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Arab Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Alcuda.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a great spring break. We did not meet this week, but this morning I submitted our proclamation to recognize April as Arab American Heritage Month, which should be remanded next meeting. Our next caucus meeting will be this Tuesday at 12:30 in the caucus conference room. As always, please don't hesitate to reach out, and that's it for me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Lipner.
Hi, everyone. We met this week at our normally scheduled time, and we are currently finalizing plans for Earth Day and finishing our yearly recap proclamations regarding STARS, which is like a scoring platform for sustainability on all campuses nationwide, composting, and recycling. Additionally, we tabled at the Sustainability Fair today as a part of Earth Justice Week. Shout out Coordinator Camarado for that amazing week of events. We still have one more day tomorrow, which are guided hikes through the Arboretum. Check out the Instagram post for more details about that. And we will also be tabling next week at Market Wednesday as a part of our composting education program. Thank you all. Have a great week.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Varela.
Hello all. Quick note: ICTC will not be meeting tomorrow. For anyone in the caucus. Not that the actual announcements. ICTC has been invited to the end of year celebration for the Transfer Center. It is a business formal event that is all about celebrating transfer students. So I've already RSVP'd, but if you're part of the caucus or as part of student government you would like to attend, please let me know. I can send you the link to RSVP. Again, it's a business formal event. And then me and Vice Chair Gumarov will be meeting Monday with reps from the transfer center just to discuss collaboration plans for over the summer and for years ahead. And then also on April 21st, the transfer center will be holding their Pause for a Break event, which will consist of puppies in the transfer center that can be pet and played with. And it's a super fun event. So definitely mark your calendars for that.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. All right, hi everyone. Hope you guys had a good spring break. A few quick things from me. Last Senate meeting will be April 17th. So after this meeting, we have 3 meetings left. It'll come up quick. I meant to double check with Brody on this. Committees can meet, the last time that committees can meet is the last week of that Senate meeting. Okay, yeah. So the last week of the Senate meeting would be the week of April 15th. That would be April 14th. Is that Monday? Okay, so April 14th, that week is the last week that the committees will be meeting. And yeah, so we're just gonna be working on transition binders. Right now, that's what I'm doing, is just kind of winding everything down, getting everything ready for the transition. And yeah, you guys got the emails, I think sometime this week, but passing of the gavel will be April 15th. I think they said that the last day to RSVP is April 7th. So just make sure you're up to date with that. I'll remind you guys again next week. But yeah, April 7th is the last day. It's a fun little banquet for all of SG and then some partners. So we'll be giving the awards that I talked about a couple meetings ago. Those will be given out. So yeah, I just thought of something else I was going to say, but I forgot it. Oh yes, SG on tour is April 2nd. It will be Speaker's Office and Pro Temp's office going to represent the legislative branch. But the main campus distribution will be open. If you are going, just make sure you get there in plenty of time. I think we all know, all of us returning know how the distributions work. It's kind of hectic. But yeah, come out and support. It'll be fun. And I think that's most of what I have. Resignations, Nicholas Benwick. He also asked me to read out a small paragraph, so I'll be doing that. Okay. Hi, Senate. I know what this looks like. I'm resigning because of the election results, but fortunately, I'm resigning because I have been offered a full-time registered behavior technician position right by the school where I will get to work with kids and gain valuable clinical experience. With that being said, congratulations, Chair Varela. I know you will continue to do fantastic things. I would just like to say thank you, everyone, for some of the best months of my life. The skills I have learned and the people I have met have been nothing short of spectacular, and I have nothing but positive things to say about each and every one of you. Special shout outs to Speaker Pullman and Pro Temp Morset. You two have been wonderful mentors and excellent leaders, and shout out to Chair Quartz, Vasquez, and Dela Colazo for also being fabulous leaders and mentors, but most of all, excellent teachers, leading each committee meeting with grit and integrity. I could go on, but thank you, Senate. I hope you all have a great meeting tonight. I know the agenda is long, and I hope to see you all at some capacity in the 57th session. All right, so we'll miss Benwick. Okay, the anonymous drop box is normal. Last thing is we are seeing the Eternal Nights proclamations tonight. I'll let Chair Hamid speak more on that. He also addressed it at the last meeting. But just so everyone has a heads up, one of the Eternal Nights was one of my friends, so I will be yielding the chair to speak on that person. Just a heads up so that no one's wondering why I'm yielding the chair. It's because I personally knew one of the Eternal Nights. So yeah, let's just make sure we're being respectful. I know we all will, but let's just make sure we're being respectful during those proclamations and paying respects to those who passed this year. Any questions for myself? All right, seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Aile Alcuda. Wait, are you trying to clock in or yeah. Okay, Morozov.
Present voting.
Senator Morozov, present voting, so noted at 7:29 p.m. All right, you may go ahead.
Hello again, Senate. This week was SLC's last meeting, crying. I'm proud to announce that 14 members are now senator-elects, so if we can all give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to these members. I'm equally proud of all of you and has been an honor to lead you throughout this journey. The SGLC banquet will be held on Friday, April 4th at 6 p.m. in the QUS Ballroom and will mark the official end of this year's SGLC season. As always, please let me know if you need anything. Thank you. That's it for me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Banesh.
President voting.
Senator Banesh, present and voting, so noted at 7:30 p.m. ELA, external legislative assistant report. She's not here, so I'll read it out. Met with Anna and ensured Disability Caucus logo was finalized along with Women Caucus graphic. Still working on dean meetings, testing for COVID right now. Pray for negative. Any questions? All right, Lazo.
I don't know if this was forwarded to you, but were you aware of anything that went on with that Women's Caucus graphic? Because that wasn't relayed to me as chair.
Yeah. Is there anything exactly?
Well, the sexual health and wellness bingo doesn't have the room number on it, and I never got a proof, so I can point that out. So I was just really confused as to what was discussed.
Yeah, so I sent that one in and I looked back and all I saw was student union on the request.
Weird. Okay.
But it could also be a mistake, but you can always message Anna or I can message Anna if there's discrepancies there. We can get that fixed.
Okay.
At least in caption or something like that. All right, any further questions? All right, seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tem Morset.
Hello, everyone. Not much for me. We had our open house right before the Senate meeting, which is basically kind of just like a feedback session while concreting some certain things about what happened in the Senate session. And we got a lot of good feedback from those who did attend. If you weren't able to attend or just forgot that it was happening today and you had some feedback from the session that you want to share, you can email me or Senate President Pullman because we do want to put those in our transition binders or make them someplace that's very prevalent to next year's leadership. Some suggestions that were made can be worked on this session, so I'll probably do my best to start them and reaching out to any chairs or any individuals that's prevalent to, so we can probably work on it together as well. And then wrap up your ideas on legislation. De La Clausa will talk more about it, but if you have anything pertinent that you wanted to change this session or want to submit, go ahead and do that because your time is running out. And then congratulations to all returning senators that's coming back next session. I won't be, but I have a lot of hope in you guys for making next session really good and continuing to serve the student body. And also, fill out the initiative tracker. I want to make sure everything in there is up to date. And if you had any events that you planned recently or had recently, make sure that's also up to date in the initiative tracker. It's in files in Senate, in the Senate channel if you don't know where it is.
All right, any questions? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, De La Colazo.
Hi, everyone. So for today's legislation, on first reading, it's 6 internal bills, 1 resolution, and 1 proclamation. On third reading, it's 3 internal bills and 2 resolutions. Sorry. In second reading, it's 10 internal bills, 1 resolution, 10 proclamations, 7 of which are internal 9 proclamations, and we have 1 special act. This is to create a Senate rule. If you guys remember way back in the day, when the beginning of the session, I submitted a special act to create a statute, but this one creates a Senate rule. Anyways, last day to submit legislation is April 6th at 5 p.m. So that's next week on Wednesday, 5 p.m. That means the Pro Tempore's office will not send it over to me to be remanded anymore. However, that does not prevent you from asking a chair to adopt it in committee. It's just the Pro Temp office will no longer be remanding legislation. But also keep in mind that if you are going to ask a chair to adopt a bill, just keep in mind of the timeline in which a bill needs to be approved by, and consider it the controversy of said bill. Do you think it will have a lot of debate? So maybe I should submit it next week or even submit it now. But yeah, just keep those things in mind. Please reach out. I know a lot of you have already reached out to myself about your internal bills. Just keep reaching out. I'm more than happy to help you. After these are Lazo's announcements, I'll be motioning to overturn the presidential veto on Internal Bill 5631. So just be cognizant of that. And a special congratulations to everyone who has won their elections, including the president-elect and vice president-elect, and we wish them the best.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, D. Lazo.
Chair Barella has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, as of a question, do we plan to see the Eternal Nights proclamations before the rest of the legislation, just in case we get bogged down?
We were gonna try to make that the last thing we see. So, but if we're running tight on time, then we'll go back to them. But I think the idea was that we wanted to see them last. All right, go ahead.
Not a lot from me today. Congratulations to all the senators who won the year elections. To those who didn't, I know, I'm certain, even though I'm not going to be here next year, I know with my magical powers that it will not be the last time you work in Senate or even in SG for that matter. So anyone that didn't make it, let's not get discouraged. There's always going to be opportunities, and you've made it this far, so you're already a leader. So I know it's not probably where you got to stop. And then other than that, we'll also be having a non-denominational Easter, because I genuinely thought Easter was just about egg hunts. Found out that it's not. An Easter end event will be coming up, and then a little field day event at Lake Claire will be coming up after that, and that'll be our last Senate event for the session. I'm going to be having more information on those soon, but for Easter, it's just going to be a little get-together after hours, and then the field day will be probably on a weekend. It's probably going to be volleyball, kayaking, picnic stuff, so nothing too crazy. And I would love to have you guys there, and that's it from me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Colazo.
I motion to move to miscellaneous business.
There's been a motion to move to miscellaneous business. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in miscellaneous business. All right. Motion to overturn, or I'm gonna let you make the motion. Yeah, Colazo.
I motion to overturn the presidential veto on Internal Bill 5631.
All right. Is there a motion? Well, I was going to speeches, question, debate. Okay. And then I was going to allow for some sort of reading time so everyone can, because they were just sent. Colazo.
I'll motion for speeches, question, debate 10, 15, 15, and for reading time 10 minutes.
Okay. There's been a motion for 10-minute reading time and then 10-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Do you object?
Can we amend the reading time to 5 minutes, because it's 2 documents?
They're kind of lengthy, but yeah. Okay. All right. So reading time is 5 minutes. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, do you want to start out with the reading time? Okay. Does everyone know what we're talking about right now? It's going to be in your Senate emails they were sent to. It should be at the top. They were just sent this afternoon. All right. Your seat emails. Yeah, your seat emails. If anyone's having trouble pulling them up, let me know. Or that works too. Okay, so I'll start the timer when they're put on the agenda. All right, I'm starting the timer now. You guys have 5 minutes. remember Chief Justice Rivera's petition is in his announcements. A little less than a minute remaining. All right, reading time has elapsed. Dilek, does everyone feel adequately prepared? Okay. Dilek Lazo, you have 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Fellow senators, as the author of Internal Bill 5631, I respectfully reject the rationale behind both the Chief Justice petition and the President's decision to veto this legislation. After passing unanimously in every Senate reading, including a final vote of 40-0, this body made its voice clear. Today, I ask you to reaffirm that voice and vote to override the veto. Let's examine and refute the concerns raised. Number one, informal advice restriction is a safeguard, not a hindrance. The President and Chief Justice both argue that prohibiting justices from giving informal interpretive advice will cripple judicial operations. But let's be clear, this bill does not prevent communication or collaboration. It simply ensures that any interpretation of binding governing documents happens through formal, transparent, and accountable processes. This bill does not prevent justices from engaging with students, committees, or each other. It simply requires that legal interpretations and advisory opinions come through the proper channels, such as hearings and written opinions. That strengthens, not weakens, the branch's legitimacy. The judicial branch is not an advisory body, it is a neutral arbiter. Informal interpretations risk creating off-the-record precedents, unequal access to judicial reasoning, and conflicts of interest, especially when students or agents receive guidance outside a formal opinion. We must ask, is the convenience of informal advice worth compromising judicial impartiality? The bill says no, and rightly so. Number two, redundancy is not a weakness, it's codified clarity. Both the President and the Chief Justice label parts of this bill as redundant, particularly the sections reinforcing the student government, the Attorney General's advisory role, and the judicial training requirements. But redundancy in law is not a flaw, it's a feature. Codifying expectation in statute makes them transparent, enforceable, and consistent across all branches and years. If a rule is already being followed, then its inclusion in statute simply protects the norm from future misinterpretation or abuse. Just because something is already done doesn't mean it should remain informal or assumed. Additionally, number 3, training is a prerequisite, not an obstacle. The President's memo claims the training requirements are already in the judicial rules of procedure, and the Chief Justice says enforcing them through statute would delay operation. But here's the truth. The JRP is not statute and can be changed by the judicial branch itself without Senate oversight. Statutory training requirements ensure institutional memory and enforceability. Most importantly, if justices are the final interpreters of our governing documents, they must be trained on those documents before rendering decisions. The authority to shape precedents and interpret binding language must come with prior training and demonstrated understanding. It is not only logical, but necessary to ensure that those entrusted with the judiciary's interpretive power are formally equipped before presiding over proceedings. Additionally, the comparison to Title III is misleading. Judicial decisions carry judicial weight and due process implications. A senator casting a vote is not the same as a justice ruling on a student's academic appeal or disciplinary standing. The gravity and finality of judicial rulings demand a higher level of readiness. This is about protecting due process. Students rely on these justices for fair hearings and case outcomes. That begins with properly equipped and educated officials. Number 4, no demonstrated unconstitutionality, only disagreement. At no point in either the veto memo or the Chief Justice letter is a constitutional violation identified. The veto is based on legality. The veto is not based on legality, but rather on operational preference and speculative challenges. Let's be frank. The veto, in effect, means we don't like how this would change our workflow, but this is not a valid reason to override the will of this chamber. We are a legislative body, not one that governs by personal preference, and when the integrity of our judicial process is at stake, personal objections cannot override structural improvements. Number 5, operations will adjust as they do. The concern that this bill will halt judicial operations during the summer transition is speculative and overstated. The language in this bill does not require retreat, nor does it prevent the onboarding of new justices in an efficient manner. Judicial business can and will adapt, just as it always has during staff transitions. The burden of implementing ethical standards is not an excuse for ignoring them. Finally, number 6, upholding the Senate's role and vision. This Senate deliberated, amended, and passed this bill with overwhelming consensus. It reflects the will of this body and interests of students we serve and the values of impartiality, consistency, and preparedness. We do not aim to dismantle the Judicial Council, we seek to strengthen it. But we must ensure that strength is rooted in accountability, not occupancy. In conclusion, the President's veto, influenced by the Chief Justice's personal objections, does not reflect constitutional concern, legal contradiction, or procedural error. It reflects discomfort with transparency and change. As senators, we must not shy away from doing what is right simply because it is new or unfamiliar. I urge you to uphold our unanimous vote, reaffirm our commitment to integrity, and override the veto on Internal Bill 5631. Thank you.
All right, we're now online for questioning. You guys have 15 minutes. I'll let you know when we're about halfway through. All right. Lipner,
2 if I may.
you may.
First off, do you know of any instances where this has already come into play where it was an issue that needs to be addressed or fixed?
I'm sorry. Could you? I don't exactly know what you mean.
Were there any instances where a justice perhaps gave advice off the record that could have been influential or concerning that you have known about that is like trying to be addressed with this bill?
First of all, thank you for clarifying. Yes, in the instance of our vote of no confidence in the first judicial review case.
Alrighty, thank you for that. I wasn't aware of that and appreciate the further context. And then second question, would you not argue that the justices are the best people to go to for these concerns? If not, who else?
in the concerns of the bill, or what concerns are you stipulating?
Just general statutory concerns about UCFSU statutes.
No, I would say the first person one should go to is the Attorney General, as that is their job, to advise students and student government agents in regards to our Constitution and their statutes. I think when it comes to the Judicial Council, as their word is final, allowing for an individual justice just to speak on the Constitution and statutes should not be done, as that singular justice voice is not the only, or vote, I should say, or interpretive perspective is not the only one that matters. It's the 13 other justices on that council. Together, the 14 of them will come to a decision, not a singular justice.
Follow up?
Just one quick one.
Go ahead.
So then, would you say that similar impositions should be put into place for Senate or other members of SG, not just the Judicial Council?
Be clarified.
For example, the Attorney General or senators?
I'm sorry, could you restate that question?
There's an assumption that judicial individuals shouldn't be able to provide consultation, but it seems like other individuals from other groups consistently do so. Is that not also a concern in that vein?
No, because we as senators, and to your senator point, we legislate, we have to collaborate with one another in order to make our own interpretations of the governing documents and the interpretations of the changes that we make. So we all have to, once again, talk within one another. Additionally, when we make changes or interpret something in ourselves, we all take a vote. Take a vote into the bills or changes or amendments that we are seeing. And in regards to the Attorney General, that's something that's more close and personal to whoever the Attorney General is advising.
Green.
Motion for a non-committee member to speak, that being Justice Rivera.
I object.
Chief Justice Rivera, my bad.
All right. Do you withdraw? I mean, you object. Yeah. Do you withdraw?
No.
All right. All right. So the objection, it was both of you at the same time. Do you want to take it? Okay. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
This is our decision. We didn't allow President Lister to speak during the veto process last time. And I think the Chief Justice has clearly stated his perspective into the legislative, into this legislation here today, through his petition to the president. So I don't think there's any need to go ahead and speak, to ask the Chief Justice to speak. I think we have his full perspective into this. I think, he mentioned it last meeting and he mentioned it this meeting, and then we received it in an email. There's no need. This is the decision that we make ourselves. If the Chief Justice wanted to include their opinion as a constituent and as a student, they should have done so during open forum.
Whenever you're ready, yeah.
Thank you. So even though his thoughts were articulated in a formal memorandum, I believe if there's any further elaboration that we should ask, it's quite convenient that he is right here. So for that reason, I believe he should be allowed to speak in this specific context. So yeah.
All right, we're now in a 5-minute period of debate. Let me set the timer really quick. All right, I'll start Reed, Varela, Lipner.
I agree with allowing Chief Justice Rivera to speak in this manner, because also, as mentioned, Senator Collazo mentioned that he could have said it as a student or during open forum. However, we weren't aware that there would be, a motion to overturn the veto during open forum and during that time. So I think just because of how I don't want to say like last minute as in a bad thing, but how like quickly we kind of turned this around. I think we should just allow him to speak and hear his thoughts and opinions on this.
Varela.
I was against letting President Lister speak on the veto a few weeks ago. I think for the same reasons I'm going to be against letting Chief Justice Rivera speak, because I think chiefly, I think like kind of the statute of our positions, as he's a branch head and we are just senators, I wouldn't want to draw him into a debate that could get into quorum issues or anything like that. Because again, I don't think it's really becoming of any of our positions to debate with a branch head. Again, furthermore, I do agree that he's had his, I guess, avenues to get his opinions out. I guess the only difference here I would note, that's why I'm a little bit less sure, would be that I think we were all in this room pretty certain that President Lister was going to initiate the judicial review on the bill if it did go overturned. I'm not quite sure about any other avenue for argument this time. But again, I would say that for consistency as well as fairness, we shouldn't let one branch head speak and not the other.
Lipner.
I am in favor of letting the Chief Justice speak. I believe that there have already been concerns raised here that were not mentioned in the veto memo at all, and especially considering the fact that we're in questioning period and he raised his hand to, I assume, ask a question. So I see no reason why we shouldn't let the Chief Justice ask a question.
All right, Banesh, Karingal, Corelli.
I'm going to have to go with the objection. We didn't let the president speak during our last veto. I don't understand why we would let the Chief Justice do so. I feel like the memorandum that was sent, like both of the documents were extremely well explained and whatnot. And I'm going to be honest with y'all, sometimes there are questions like we just need to use a little bit of context clues. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, I'm going to go with this objection. I feel like we all as a body can come to whatever decisions we may come to. So, yeah.
Karingal.
Yeah, I'm also going to be in favor of the objection, not letting the Chief Justice speak, just because the prior, I guess, just things we've set in previous meetings, as well as the way that the Chief Justice just kind of stormed into the room, kind of not professional, and especially on something that affects him and his counsel. I don't think that that's something that we should hear something from someone who performed an action like that. That was very disruptive and very unprofessional. So with that, I would be in the objection.
Corelli.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 20 to 15 to 0, the objection holds. All right, we're still in line for questioning. All right, Varela.
Yeah. So a lot of this bill is, I guess, prescribing a lot of procedures and processes for the judicial branch. Ones that they have obviously they don't want to have. It would disrupt their current process, as you stated. And while that's obviously, like we can do that if necessary. I wanted to know, like, in your mind, has there been is there an essential need for Senate to do this, to basically swoop in and say you're doing everything wrong, not everything, but you're doing this thing wrong, so we're going to prescribe how to do it? Like, has there been enough transgression in that sense in your mind to warrant this?
I mean, there was enough transgression to pass the bill unanimously 3 times in every single reading. So I would say yes, there are present issues that this body has acknowledged. And we passed this 40 to 0 on our final vote. I'm just asking us to reaffirm that vote.
Yeah, I would say the key difference here is that back when we were passing in Senate, we did not know that the judicial branch was so staunchly opposed. So again, I guess to re-clarify the question, is there enough transgression to overtly say to Judicial Council that your will needs to be subverted for the good of student government?
Could you re-clarify your question if possible?
Yeah. So again, the difference between this, I guess, the passing the bill and the veto is that now we know that it's the Chief Justice's and basically the Judicial Council's will to not have these procedures put in place. So is, I guess, the system not working enough to where we need to subvert the will of the Judicial Council in order to make sure it does work?
Well, I will say in the original petition and the Chief Justice announcements, he stated that these concerns came from him as a constituent and a student and not his position as a Chief Justice. However, he still made it in his position as Chief Justice. I knew of the Chief Justice concerns with the bill, seeing as he rescinded his invitation to the Pro Tem's office to meet and discuss the bill because he didn't want to meet in compliance with the transparency statutes. And he's made it very clear that he will take every avenue for this bill to not be seen, including asking the Judicial Council to pick it up for a constitutional violation, of which I don't see any, and the president didn't mention any, nor did the Chief Justice. So yeah, that's what I will say.
Did you have a question? Okay. All right. Okay, Lim.
President voting.
Senator Lim, President voting, submitted at 8:02 p.m. Banesh. Okay. Green, Lazo, Rudy.
May I direct a question to D-Leg Colazo?
Yeah.
Was that an assertion that the Chief Justice would try to manipulate the Judicial Council into voting against the interests of the Senate?
No, I'm not insinuating that. It's stated in his petition all the way at the bottom. He says that he's prepared to argue before Dr. Frame and the Judicial Council.
I said Lazo, yeah.
You mentioned those emails. Is it at all possible, and this may be answered by the Sergeant at Arms or the Speaker, if we can get some insight onto those emails, as I believe they would provide a really good understanding on how there hasn't really been any communication as to the Chief Justice's concerns on this bill?
Yes, I can add that, or if the LJR chair would like to add that, because I brought those emails up during the LJR committee. It's in files. So we can put that in the Senate channel for you guys to look at the emails if you do choose to view them.
Rudy.
In terms of I think you briefly discussed this in your point about the Chief Justice mention of the Judicial Leadership Council with the informal advice. Can you clarify why you think that would not be an issue for JLC to not be able to receive that advice from the justices?
The key thing here is interpretive advice in regards to the Constitution and statutes. It's, for example, I go to the Attorney General's like, I am requesting an advisory opinion in regards to the interpretation of our Title III in regards to the vote of no confidence procedure, because I'm having difficulties understanding as to what is the meaning behind this. What is the official meaning? Because once an Attorney General's opinion is issued, it's essentially the official interpretation of that document unless overturned by the Judicial Council. The example of JLC, I believe, is a very, very poor example because they're not providing interpretive advice to them. They are teaching them. It's a leadership program where you get to learn about the judicial branch. I was in JLC, and at no point did I receive interpretive advice. At no point did any justice interpret the documents before me. They simply explained, this is the judicial branch. We are comprised of 14 associate justices. One of us will be the Chief Justice, and so on and so forth. I think these are outlandish possibilities. I think these are poor examples. But yeah, thank you for your question.
You have a follow-up? Go ahead.
In terms of the advice that you were mentioning, like the request of advice from the Attorney General, is that also considered informal?
And you can request an official Attorney General's advisory opinion from the Attorney General. Anyone can. However, they are still the legal advisor to the president, so they don't need to issue an opinion to whenever the president has trouble interpreting things, right? But in their capacity as the Attorney General of student government, they are also able to just simply advise when it comes to, or give their personal opinion as the Attorney General in regards to, bills that are being made. In LJR, there have been many times where, the Attorney General was present and we were able to ask him questions. And we also had the Attorney General present here for the vote of no confidence procedure and the censure procedure. So that in and of itself is a very unique thing because they are the Attorney General. They are able to do that. They are able to act upon law. It's just the Judicial Council cannot unless they are in their official proceedings of judicial review, of a fiscal appeal board, of a parking appeals board.
All right, about 4 minutes remaining in questioning. I'll do Morissette and then Varela.
Can you elaborate on the concerns that Chief Justice noted in his letter about the transitionary period and with orientation, specifically how the bill kind of counteracts that and would create kind of a pile dock up with the judicial branch? Do you see in any way how like that's inaccurate or any way that your bill kind of states it would not happen in the way that it's worded?
I think it is a little inaccurate because I remember at least in my time that there was a transition period within the judicial branch where there is a period of nothingness. That is okay. There's a period of nothingness within Senate. There's a period of nothingness within the executive branch. That is okay. I think it's an exaggeration to say that this will completely stop judicial branch operations. No, it will not. A training can take an hour max of your day to do, and boom, you can be in those proceedings easily. I think we have to look at this realistically in regards to even our training, ACNF training. How long does that take us? An hour maybe max, depending, for like reading everything, going through the documents and stuff. So I just think those were like realistic, unrealistic perspectives to place into, I think, just fear of change.
Varela.
Yeah. So my question is more like a hypothetical, and Dila Collazo, I want you to let me know if this would be, I guess, interpretive advice under your perception. Say a jailasier is saying, "Hey, Justice, I don't know, Collazo, what does this provision of the Constitution mean?" Right? Would that then be interpretive advice?
Yes, in some sort of way, if they are asking that. However, I don't think any justice has like openly done that before, and naturally, I feel as though they would point them in the direction of the Attorney General, or I feel as though some associators do come to senators and ask them what they mean too.
All right, there's about 1.5 minutes remaining in questioning. You have follow-up? Okay.
So this is another hypothetical. So say if a justice goes to another justice, not understanding part of the Constitution, would that then be interpretive advice between justices?
That would be amongst themselves, within judicial proceedings, on which whatever it may be. I think the important difference to highlight here is that is amongst themselves. That is not public knowledge. That is not an official statement of what something means. That is something amongst themselves. However, when it's, a one-on-one with just a regular student, well, their word carries weight. Their word is their justice. Their word carries weight. Therefore, if they say something means something, then someone will take that as the official interpretation. However, it is not that sole justice's power to make that interpretation. It's the 14 of them in together to make that interpretation.
All right. Question time is about elapsed. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 15 minutes. Let me get my timer ready again. Okay. Banesh Lipner.
Hello, everybody. I'm in favor of overriding this veto. I feel like the reasoning provided was a little bit shabby. especially the part that really was blowing me was the fact about JLC and how that would affect their proceedings, because JLC is a mentorship program. It's not really giving interpretive advice. You know what I'm saying? They're teaching, like Collazo had said in his speech, like they're teaching. It's a mentorship program. They're learning and building skills to become a justice one day. You know what I'm saying? So I found that to be a little bit of shoddy advice. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention the concern about, you know, orientations and whatnot. I feel like that was a little bit wrongly placed. Overall, I feel like we had a very solid bill. Like we all said yes during third reading. So I don't really see an issue with the bill. And I believe that the concerns were misplaced. So I'll be voting in favor to override.
Lipner.
I'll be voting against the override for two main reasons. The first, I believe, was clearly outlined in the Chief Justice's memorandum, where he explained, or sorry, not memorandum, his email, where he explains how the Code of Ethics already basically covers what we were trying to do. I don't want to over-legislate this, and I think that we are verging on that in this aspect, and so I'm trying to avoid that there. My second reasoning is because, frankly, I don't feel beholden to the fact that we voted in favor of this in the previous sessions meetings. And with this new information given to us from the Chief Justice and President of this student government, I simply have changed my mind, and I think it's fine to do so.
All right. Varela, Lazo, Kringle.
Yeah, I think I will also be voting against overturning the veto. That's because, again, when we all voted in favor, we did not know the Judicial Council had such strong feelings about this bill, or at least the Chief Justice, if not a whole Judicial Council. I kind of see this bill as us going into the judicial branch saying, no, your way of doing things is wrong, so you must do things our way. And that is perfectly well and good when there is clear and obvious erroneous actions taken by the judicial branch. I haven't seen or heard anything that I think would warrant that. I think that if we're going to go in and subvert the will of the Chief Justice, Judicial Council overall, and again, go in and tell them how their procedures are going to go against their will, against what they want to do, I think I would need to see the system being more broken than I have seen it already. So for that reason, I'll be not voting to overturn. Don't vote for the veto.
Lazo.
I will be voting in order to maintain the veto, simply on the basis that these are issues that have been brought up before. And if they weren't brought up before by the Chief Justice, I was present in those email chains, and there was multiple times that we had offered to have a meeting, and those offers were quickly rescinded. When the Chief Justice told us that he would be monitoring the progress of the bill, I assumed that any issues and transgressions I have with the bill were being resolved privately. And so I decided not to push. The same goes for the Pro Temp's office, understanding and giving the professional courtesy to that other branch that they also have some sense of autonomy in their proceedings. However, issues with this bill that were originally brought up came as early as the summer session where we were doing appointments of the justices. Back when DLEG was the ENA vice chair and I was the representative of the Pro Temp's office for ENA, the Chief Justice during a line of questioning argued that justices are not to be attorney generals. And so in that line of thinking, we decided to go forward and basically legislating that they are not to act as attorney generals, that they are to act in their legislative capacity or in their judicial capacity as limited by their position and in their body. As it stands in the JRP, we're just cleaning it up and basically putting into practice what the Chief Justice outlined for us during ENA. And furthermore, we're also trying to basically prohibit in the future any sort of instances where there can be untrained justices that aren't unfortunately doing the best of their capacity or as trained and educated at their capacity. The argument that it works differently for senators is also inappropriate because the severity and the strength of a vote over something as a proclamation versus a student conduct advisement is completely different, or a Title IX advisement is completely different. One of those is, for example, a proclamation for, let's say, Diversity Month. That's something that we can all be generally agreed on and requires a degree of common sense. For a Title IX agreement, that could possibly ruin someone's life. That can ruin a student's life. That can affect the trajectory of their academic career. I want the most educated and the most knowledgeable justices working on that. And for that, I think it's only our duty as senators to provide that avenue. Furthermore, I think all the mentions that has been done before about the memorandum, both the presidents and the chief justices, also have both semantic and arguing issues that I'm not going to go into. They've already been explained. But I highly encourage you to vote in favor of maintaining this veto. It is our statutory duty, essentially, to look out for the students, and this is one of the ways that we can do that.
Karingal.
Yeah, I'll be voting to overturn the veto, mainly just because I don't see why it was vetoed in the first place. Going through the bill itself, it all makes sense. I think half of this reason why the Chief Justice wanted it vetoed in the first place was redundancy with JRP. I think it's a major issue in itself. We don't know what the JRP is. Yeah, we could probably ask the JRP, but where is the JRP? We have no rules over the JRP. So I think that putting the Internal Bill 5631 into the public student government titles that Senate has authority over, even if it's just restating it, perfect. We have control over it. The students have control over it. It isn't just some internal procedure within the Judicial Council. For example, for Elections Commission, they have all of their rules stated within Title VI. Everything that they follow, everything that they do is rooted within Title VI. They can't do anything else outside of that. JRP, what's constantly referenced in this letter, that's a completely private document that we as senators, I can guarantee that no more than 10% of senators have seen the JRP before once. I've been here for 2 years. I have never seen the JRP once, except for these screenshots right now in this document. So with that, I'll be voting to overturn it.
The JRP is on the website, right?
The JRP's on the website. I'm looking at it right now.
All right. I'll do Chauhan and then Colazo.
Move to vote.
You object? Do you withdraw? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, make like an argument against, the three previous senators. No, a previous senator's remarks in regards to taking into account to the disdain or the feeling of the Chief Justice in regards to this bill. If we were to take that into account every time we change Title 3, 4, and 5, we would get nowhere because they're not very susceptible to change. I mean, even right now, there's a judicial review process going on right now in regards to Title 4, in regards to a bill that the council already shut down. The president vetoed it too. But the president doesn't like it, but we're still fighting against that. So I just think that's like a poor argument to make. I think another poor argument to make is over legislating. I think I already said this like a month ago. I don't think there's such thing as over legislating. We're legislators. It's our job. The JRP is not statute. Okay, it's not statute. It's not laws passed by us. It's them setting their own standards. But we have to hold them accountable. And we do that through the statutes. So I urge you all to overturn this veto. Thank you.
Chauhan.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, do you object?
Yes.
Okay, do you withdraw? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Can I direct a question to anyone that can answer?
Anyway.
After this, if we successfully overturn it, what's the procedures after? And I know I have asked this question before, but I just forgot.
It goes to frame, right? Yeah.
In a frame,
Yeah.
if frame doesn't sign it, the veto stands technically.
So that's a separate process. So right, if you guys overturn the veto, it's operates as if it had been signed. Dr. Frame has the same kind of powers and potential options as she would have had it been signed, which includes signing or vetoing or doing nothing and having it be enacted without signature.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Chauhan.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, or non-voting procedures. Okay, so I guess yes will be to veto, to overturn the veto, no to uphold the veto. All right, with a vote count of 20 to 16 to 0, the veto is overturned. Oh, it's not overturned? Oh, it's 2/3. Okay, so the veto is not overturned. My bad. All right. Is there a motion to move back to old business? Any objections? All right, seeing none, old business, none, fiscal committee caucus time, none, fiscal committee report, CRT Chair Kringle.
Hi, everyone. All right. So in committee this Monday, record 5 minutes, crazy. But anyway, we literally just adopted fiscal bill 5650 and approved it on first reading within committee.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, FAO committee Chair Kaufman. Oh my gosh.
President voting.
Chair Kaufman, present and voting, so noted at 8:21 p.m.
We did not meet. We'll be meeting next week to see Internal Bill 5648. I assumed I was going to be absent, but if y'all want to come see my show, I'm in on Saturday at 7 p.m. in the Black Box Theater. That'd be pretty cool. So, thanks.
All right, any questions? Green.
Where is the Black Box Theater?
It's in the theater building across from the chemistry building.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Alcuda.
How was your first show?
It went very well. Thank you for asking.
Banesh.
So what show is it this time?
It's called Spill the Tea. It's a historical comedy about the Boston Tea Party.
Nice. Wait. I want to know what he said. Okay. Any further questions? All right. Seeing none. ORS Committee Chair Rose.
At our last meeting, we did 2 post-funding reviews with both ending up in a sanction, and then we also completed 1 PPF.
Any questions? All right. Seeing none. Fiscal legislation, none. Internal committee caucus time, LJR, 15 minutes. All right. I recess this meeting at 8:23. We will reconvene at 8:38. All right, LJR is having their meeting. If you're not in LJR, please leave the chamber. Or you can stay in here, but just be quiet.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I can just log into my computer again. Okay, I call this meeting to order at 8:24 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Dila Colazo. Present. Excused.
Senator Embiid.
Present.
Senator Hernandez.
Present.
Senator Lawford. Present. Leader Richmond.
Excused.
Present. 5:06.
Okay, everyone take a look at yesterday meeting's minutes, and is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve last minute's meetings.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Seeing none, like take a look at today's agenda. We're just seeing the 1 internal bill, and I'll take a motion. Jellifer.
Motion to
Approve today's agenda.
approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Any objections? Seeing none, open forum. None.
Announcements from the chair. Hi guys, we're seeing one internal bill and Senator Benwick just resigned, so we no longer have a GAP rep. If anyone's interested, let me know as ASAP, as GAP is very busy right now. Push come to shove, I'll talk to Vice Chair Gaudio and I'll see if one of us are able to move around our stuff. Any questions for me? Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Yeah. Just like let Speaker Pullman know about that. Yeah. Announcements from the vice chair, none. GAP rep, none. ENA rep, none. SBA rep, none. We saw those yesterday. Any other announcements from committee members? Seeing none. Announcements from non-committee members, none. Old business, bills, internal bill 5640. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Chair Hernandez.
Motion for a three.
There's been a motion for a 333. Any objections? Seeing none. Senator Borges, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, thank you. Sorry if I sound horrible, I'm exhausted. Essentially, as you guys know, we did a censure, we did a penal action with the censure. However, it seems that for the most part, that penal action is not enforceable. That's due for several reasons. The Attorney General would have to give a official opinion on exactly all of the reasons, I'm sure, and I don't feel like requesting that, so I won't. But for one, it didn't give a timeline, so technically that senator would have until the end of the session, and once the session is ending, they're no longer a senator anyway, so it's kind of... Anyway, back to the point. This bill kind of solves all the issues with all of the unenforceability that penal actions currently have. It also gives it more of a structure to make it easier for people who do want to apply penal actions to their censures, where they would now have an actual little form they'd follow, just like for censures and non-compliances, which includes their signature and also a proposed due date and a proposed certifier of the penal action, because having someone certify it seems important to make sure the penal action gets done. Other than that, it just specifies some small things like how many penal actions you can request or how many penal actions you could put on someone for a censure. Other than that, just some procedural things, and I yield to questioning.
Okay, we are now in line with the questioning. Are there any questions? Hold on, I do have a question then. Oh, do you want to go first? Okay, so currently the LJR committee has a bill that's going to be seen on third reading, kind of restructuring how the censure process looks. How would we make that work with the way that this internal bill stands now, if you know?
So I did see that bill, and I did not have time to look over all of it because I also wasn't here when it was seen on second reading. I'm very willing to adjust as necessary. So, yeah.
And then De La Colazo, did you have a question?
My question is towards the chair.
Okay.
In regards to the LJR committee, Bill, do you know, like, could you briefly explain the differences between the LJR committee bill and Senator Rice's bills in regards to the penal action process?
So the way that the LJR committee's bill is written, there has been no update to the penal action. Our bill was really just to clarify the process that already stands and to make it more readable. Senator Borges's is introducing an entire different, new kind of thing within censure processes. So I guess my question was more so kind of like how we're going to fit it into it, not anything else. Do you have an answer for that?
I was going to add some maybe clarification because I kind of think I understand what he wants to know about that question. So essentially, what I'm putting in my bill doesn't really conflict with anything in the LJR bill. Like nothing explicitly goes directly against each other. The only thing is that LJR did update, like specifically how the tier works. So tier 1 penal actions, tier 2 and tier 3, you guys fixed up a little bit. But that doesn't really, it like affects how people should be doing the process, but it doesn't actually go directly against each other's bills. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Nikki. There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now on debate. Anybody wishing to speak in debate? Dila Colazo. There's been a motion to move to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, all those for, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 4 to 0 to 1, this bill passes first reading. Okay, yeah, that's all we have. New business, none. Miscellaneous business, none. Member discussion. Is there anything anybody wanted to talk about? Okay. Mr. Hernandez. There's been a motion to adjourn this meeting pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none. De La Colazo? Okay, I adjourn this meeting at 8:31 p.m.
All right. I reconvene this meeting at 8:40 p.m. Oh, shoot. Oh, sorry. I thought Escobar wasn't there. Can you go first? All right. Internal committee reports. ENA Committee Chair Escobar.
Good evening, Senate. This week in ENA, we saw 2 Title VI bills, and we'll be seeing them today on the floor. And thank you to all who participated in this year's elections, and special thanks to the Election Commission for a successful election and runoff election this week.
Any questions? All right. Seeing none. GAP Committee Chair Vasquez.
Hi, everyone. Today in GAP, we saw 3 of our resolutions for our advocacy agenda for the upcoming Day at the Capitol event on first reading, which we'll be seeing shortly. We were joined by representatives from Gray Robinson, Chris Carmody, and Kylie Anzueto, and Austin Wilson from Government and Community Relations. Additionally, we took a look at examples of advocacy agendas from the past 3 years. A lot of bills that we're seeing on our agenda in the Florida legislature are constantly changing, so our advocacy agenda will be adapting to that. And a reminder to those going today at the Capitol, there's a mandatory prep session happening tomorrow in the chamber at 2 p.m., so please RSVP.
Any questions? Lipner.
Could you share a little bit more about what Gray Robinson had to say about the agenda and any insight that you gained from them?
I can. I was gonna incorporate that kind of into the speeches for the resolutions that we see. So if we want to save on time, I'll just say it then.
All right. Any more questions? All right. Seeing none. LJR Committee Chair Courts.
Hi, Senate. Yesterday in committee, we saw 5 absences, three internal bills, a resolution, and a special act. Absences: Sherman, Richmond, Rickett, Janadra, and Metellus all approved 6-0 to 1. Internal bills 5640 retained in committee yesterday, but we passed it during caucusing with a vote count of 4-0 to 1. 5646 and 5649 seen as a block with 5621. They all 3 passed with a vote count of 6-0 to 1. And then special acts 5602 passed 5-1 to 1. We're also done with our final pass through of the statutes, so yay. We looked over Senate Rules 1, 2, 3, and 7 yesterday, and we'll be seeing 4, 5, and 6 next meeting, and we'll submit any legislation by the deadline. Last I checked, the ILA was working on Senate Rule 8, which is SLC, so that's why it's not included in our to-do list.
Any questions? All right. Seeing none. SBA Committee Chair Hamid.
Okay, sorry in advance, I have a lot to say. So hi everyone, I hope you're all having a great week. This week in SBA, we saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 proclamations, all of which passed on first reading. Also this week, I attended the Chiefs Advisory Council. We were given a presentation by the Department of Security where I learned a lot of stuff. It was really fun. The main thing I wanted to say is that a question about cameras and garages was asked, and we were told that it would take hundreds of thousands of dollars to put in the infrastructure needed to get into older garages to add cameras. I was also able to use their virtual training system and see how it works. Please don't look at the picture that they took of me. Also this week, we tabled at Downtown Rosen in preparation for a donation drive, Get Some, that will be held tomorrow at the Student Union Patio from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you're available, please come by to volunteer or to donate. We will have free food and cotton candy. Thank you, Supervisor Brown, and also Deezer Lazo for being the cotton candy person. Also, a ton of RSOs will be tabling and secret fourth things. Also, early shout out to Vice Chair Vasquez for all of her work into making this event a reality for the 3rd time. Also, I've said this a lot, but this meeting we'll be seeing our Eternal Nights proclamations. Eternal Nights is a ceremony we have to honor UCF students who have passed away during the past school year. Vice Chair Vasquez and I have written these proclamations to honor these students and to highlight their lives, and that we as a Senate body honor and remember them. These proclamations will be given to the loved ones of these Eternal Nights at the Eternal Night ceremony. These proclamations are emotionally heavy. If you need to step away for a moment or call a resource like CAPS, I've included that line at the bottom of my announcements if you need it. Please do so, or whatever you may need. I also ask that we remain respectful as we see these proclamations. There is certain information that Vice Chair Vasquez and I did not include for a reason due to it feeling inappropriate considering who it was being given to. Also, the Eternal Night ceremony is open for us to attend, and I highly encourage you all to attend. The ceremony will take place on April 9th, the day after Day at the Capitol. So doors will open at 2:30 p.m. and will start at 3 o'clock. Also, I'm going to set up a way for Senate to help out with setting up with the ceremony. I'll be sending out a message about that soon. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. And at the bottom is the CAPS emergency line. It's 24/7. And yeah.
Any questions? Vasquez.
I did want to mention, I forgot to tell Jason to say this in his speech, but I wanted to mention that we will be going out to the homeless shelter again this upcoming Sunday to give out any food that's left over from the event tomorrow. We also got food that was left over from the research symposiums going on, a bunch of sandwiches that we'll be giving out on Sunday, so that's pretty great. So if you guys are interested in attending, we can take another 6 to 7 more people. So please let me know if you guys want to carpool. We go to the Christian Service Center and give out the food there. So this one should be pretty interesting. So send me a message if you want to go.
Metellus.
President voting.
Senator Metellus, present and voting, so noted at 8:46 p.m. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation. Notice of legislation on first reading, Internal Bill 5651, updates to Title III, allowing any senator to motion to vote on presidential appointees. Chair Kringle, I hereby remand to ENA. Internal Bill 5652, updates to Title III, objectionable vote of no confidence. CRT Chair Kringle, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal Bill 5653, updates to Title VI, requirement for a list of presidential campaign staff. Vice Chair Gaudio, I hereby remand to ENA. Internal Bill 5654, updates to Title VI, ranked choice voting. Senator Borges, I hereby remand to ENA. Internal Bill 5655, updates to Title IV. Senator Muratov, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal Bill 5656, updates to Title 12. Senator Muratov, I hereby remand to LJR. Resolutions. Resolution 5622, resolution calling for the end of hazing at UCF. Senator Escobar, I hereby remand to SBA. Proclamations. Proclamation 5656, recognizing April 15th as National ASL Day. Disability Caucus, I hereby remand to SBA. All right, notice of legislation on third reading, Internal Bill 5641, updates to Title VI, name change in election. Senator Benesh, is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, yeah, you guys saw this like 2 weeks ago. It's pretty simple, just a name change. For example, I know a few of y'all don't go by your official names. Personally, me, I go by L, obviously. My full name is Anya Gabrielle Benesh. It would just make it a lot easier, to go by my nickname. So I yield to question.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Senator Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 8:48 p.m. Lipner.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, this is common sense. Big ups to Senator Benesh for this being passed, or hopefully, and motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 0 to 2, Internal Bill 56. Oh no, I lost it. Internal Bill 5641 passes on third reading. Sorry, I was looking at second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5642 updates to Title IX, updates and clarifications to the censure process. LJR Committee. Chair Courts, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, so for both the 5642 and 5643, nothing's changed since the last reading, but there were a few formatting issues that was frankly an issue on my part. So I do want to just give them both time for Senate to re-look through them. 99% of them are just restructuring what is already there and making it into what I and my committee perceived as being more readable. For the censure process in specific, there are a few things that have been added or subtracted. Hold on. So we took out the part where it says authority to issue the recommendation of censure, because anybody can do it, and that can just be the first sentence. There is a part that says the proposed 909.5, instead of, the author may receive any questions from the LJR committee. Wait. I'm lost. Okay. Yeah, no, that's just reformatting too. Where's the part I'm looking for? Okay, there's a part that says that the author will be given time to speak during the recommendation of censure. We just took that part out and just put questions from Senate, because if they're giving their entire speech during LJR, there's really no need for them to give what could be an entire speech during Senate, because they've already made their merit case and it's up to Senate to vote on that. Other than that, a lot of it has been taken from Title VII. So the part of how it goes through committee has been taken from Title VII. And yeah, that's it for that one.
All right. We're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Varela?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 15 minutes. Are the amendments on the bill, am I looking at the right bill? Are these the ones from committee that haven't been updated, or are these new amendments?
No, these were what were originally there. Can you explain, Brody?
Yeah, so these, there's a bunch of amendments from me. They're all adding the structural pieces to do what the committee was intending to do.
Okay.
Because there were things like, we've moved this line to this new section, but for the bill to work, you have to strike it out from the old section and bold it in the new section, right? So all the amendments, if you pass them all, the bill will then do what the LJR committee wanted it to do in the first place.
Okay, so
Courts.
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Court's amendments, and that would be Brody's amendments.
Yeah.
So that's like all the amendments?
Yeah.
All right. There's been a motion to see all the amendments on the page. Are there any objections? Do you object?
I was just going to ask if we can keep the 910.3B amendment out of the rest of the block.
What amendment was that?
The part that gets rid of the issuer's ability to speak after the statement's made by the LJR chair.
Yeah, you can leave that out.
Okay. What number was that?
910.3B.
910. All right. Motion to see all the amendments except for 910.3B. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so everything that's left is the restructuring and putting more of, like a process within committee. So the parts that I said were taken from Title VII. I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Varela?
Move for debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Varela?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendments. All right, with a vote count of 38 to 0, the amendments pass. Courts.
Motion to see the amendment 910.3B.
There's been a motion to see the amendment on 910.3B. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so when we were talking about this in committee, our thinking was more so the author is giving their statements in committee. So whenever it's brought to the floor, it is kind of the LJR chair's duty to make sure that the summary reflects what the individual meant in the first place, and they still can be questioned by the Senate. So it's not Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Chair Courts, Varela?
Yeah, so again, just for clarification, the reasoning why you don't want them to speak again in Senate is just because at that point it becomes like redundant.
Yes, I think that whenever the individual is speaking in LJR, they are making their case to LJR. The way that I interpreted the censure process on the floor, it's LJR defending why they found merit, and the person who was issued defending why they don't think that it should become a censure.
So what if there's a reality where the issuer of the censure feels that LGR has misrepresented their case?
Good point. My thinking and the committee's thinking, because we did bring this up, was more so that if they do feel misrepresented, people are still able to question them. I am amendable to just taking this out because I do understand where you're coming from, but that was kind of our thinking.
Varela?
Yeah. Do you think that there's a difference between a censure having merit and maybe the details of a censure that might not be based on statutes but still are like relevant for if the Senate wants to enforce the censure or not?
Could you clarify a little bit on your question?
Yeah, so I think how I assess is that LGR says is it statutorily merited, right? But I think some censures have an emotional aspect or a kind of a personal story aspect that can't fully be captured within statutes. So do you think we're losing that part of like a censure process if we don't let the issue of the censure speak?
I don't believe so, because I believe that a censure has to be in accordance with the student body constitution, statutes, rules, Senate bills, or other legal mandates. The emotional aspect can be brought by Title 11, which is the Code of Ethics. So I guess that does make sense for the emotional aspect of it, but the censure isn't really an emotional aspect type of disciplinary action.
Green.
Just as a point of information, in terms of like the interpretation of documents as being the basis on whether or not a censure has merit, would that also include violations of Robert's Rules of Order?
Brody? For censures, does that also include violations of Robert's Rules of Order? I don't believe so.
Sorry, give me the question. Give me the whole question again.
Yes. So when the LJR committee is interpreting whether or not a censure has merit, would that also include like considering violations of Robert's Rules of Order? Like, for example, if I were to attempt to obstruct or otherwise disrupt a Senate meeting.
Whether you're asking whether that would be censurable or not?
Correct.
That's an interesting question. I think that I'm going to give you two answers. The way that I would understand the statutes to indicate is that a non-compliance or something to that effect is about if there is a specific statute that's being broken. A censure is about an action that is deemed inappropriate or unacceptable, right? Including many like directly contradicting statutes, but not limited to, I believe. But there was an Attorney General opinion 2 or potentially 3 years ago that gave the opposite opinion from that. So, and that has weight and mine doesn't. So, do with that. Yeah, so I guess, sorry, thank you for letting me process while I try to answer your question. To rely on the most recent Attorney General opinion that has weight, no. Something is only censurable if it is in direct defiance of a specific statute. or Senate rule or governing document, is what I believe that opinion stated.
Lipner,
May I provide a little bit more context on that?
in debate, if you want to. Okay, Varela.
Move debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Lipner.
As far as violations of Robert's rules, I'm pretty sure most of the things that would fall under that are also outlined in statute, specifically in Title IX under censorship specifically about disruptive conduct, which was used in my censure specifically, which is why I'm very familiar with it. So yeah, that's worth noting.
All right, Varela.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be against this amendment just because I feel like when the LGR, I guess, committee / chair is the one presenting another person's story, I think you're going to be pretty likely to leave out important details. Because again, it's just not your story. You're just kind of assessing why your opinion statutorily what happened was wrong, which still is needed. But I do still think there is a lot of value in hearing from the issuer's own words what exactly happened and just all the context around it. Because I feel like, again, when you only get the statutory, I guess, explanation for why this is wrong, you miss a lot of what actually happened. And I think to issue any sort of disciplinary action, you should understand everything that happened in the situation and all the context surrounding it. And again, I think you were missing that necessary context without letting the issuer speak. So I would vote no on this amendment.
Green.
I'll also be voting no on the amendment. In addition, I think it's important to note that under current practice, like either an issuer or an issuee has the right to not answer a question asked by a fellow senator. So I think that's also important to take into consideration when voting on this legislation.
Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Are you object? Do you withdraw? We're just voting on the amendment. On 910.3B. Wait, I'm confused. You don't withdraw. On 9.
Yes, on the same.
On the it's an amendment on the same amendment. Do you withdraw? Wait, you object? Yeah, do you withdraw your motion? It was a friendly on the same amendment. Wait,
Do I have to withdraw for a technical? Because it's just a repeating.
hold on.
Because it has the at the beginning and then has the at the end. It's just a technical.
Okay, we'll see as a technical. Okay, there's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 12 to 26 to 1, the amendment fails. Oh wait, Brody.
So just to be clear, you have removed the amendment that I made that deleted the line, but the line was already struck through. So like what I did was removed the strike through because it was structurally wasn't needed anymore. If you want the line to stay there, that would have to be a separate amendment that you all make.
Point of information.
Go ahead.
So is that the legal equivalent of like two negatives making a positive?
Yeah, I'm confused.
So right now, as the bill stands, you are striking through language that doesn't exist, right? That's what's happening. Does that make sense, right? This whole section is being moved from somewhere else, right? So it's struck through somewhere else and it's being added here. It's all in bold to be added. So right now it's struck through, but it doesn't exist in the first place because you are adding the entire 910 section, right? So do with that what you will, but
Varela.
So walk me through like I'm a child. How do you make it so the person, the issuer, can speak during Senate?
I would recommend an amendment that unstrikes through, which I think is what one of your fellow senators has just done.
Okay, Lipner.
Motion to see my amendment with Senator Wanjan's amendment as a friendly.
There's been a motion to see Chair Lipner's amendment with Senator Wanjan's amendment as a friendly. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
We're doing exactly that, removing the strike through and putting in that language to ensure that the issuer can in fact speak, as we attempted to vote in the last vote.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Are there any questions? Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
I will not be voting in favor of this amendment. I voted no for a reason, low key. So move to vote.
All right. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. And you're voting to keep this statement. All right, with the vote count of 28 to 10 to 1, the amendment passes. All right. I'm looking for more. Is that it for the amendments? Okay. Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, or non-voting procedures on the bill. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 2 to 0, internal bill 5642 passes on third reading. All right, internal bill 5643 updates to Title IX, updates and clarifications to notifications of noncompliance. LJR committee, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, so this was the second part with non-compliances. This is just restructuring, except for where it says that the LJR chair will present the notification during new business under the heading of notification of noncompliance. Let me make sure real quick. Oh, and it's also taking out, wait, no, it's just switching that. That doesn't take out anything. Yeah, it is also adding, no, it's not, never mind. Okay, move to questioning, I yield.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections?
I object. Sorry.
Do you
I
withdraw?
withdraw.
All right, go ahead.
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
Do we need to add in Senate rules the ability for there to be a heading of notification of noncompliance in order for that part to happen, or does it just happen because it's in statutes?
Sorry, say it again.
Like, I didn't have enough time to check what Senate rules actually says, but we have what our agenda is supposed to look like in Senate rules. Does statutes just force that to happen if it's written in statutes that it goes under the heading of notification of noncompliance?
This is in committee, in the LJR committee, and not during Senate.
Sorry, I must have missed that.
All right, any further questions? Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to, oh wait, we have to vote on the amendments.
Never mind.
Courts.
Motion to see my amendments or Brody's amendments as mine.
All of them this time too?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a motion to see all the amendments on the page. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none whenever you're ready.
Okay, so this is really, it's flopping what chapter 900 and chapter 901 was. Our thought process was because since there are specific people who can issue a non-compliance, they should be listed first. It really is just another formatting thing, but yeah, I yield.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Trey Hernandez.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on all of the amendments. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 0, the amendments pass. We're still in debate on the bill. Morissette.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the bill. All right, with a vote count of 38 to 0, Internal Bill 5643 passes on third reading. All right, resolutions 5619, updates to Senate Rule 2, duties and responsibilities of the SBA Committee. Chair Hamid, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi guys. So this resolution, you saw it last time, but this is basically just updating the part of the statutes that talks about SBA and making it more in line with what SBA actually does. It includes like explanations of what outreach can be, that being in-person and digital methods, also adding in that SBA should consistently engage with students and that we should survey students because we survey students all the time with our concern form, and also adding concerns to 2.03 G3 because we say that every single thing we get from students is concerns. And yeah, that's it. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for Chair Hamid? Ruben.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 1, Resolution 5619 passes on third reading. Patel.
Present voting.
All right, Senator Patel, present and voting, so noted at 9:13 p.m. Resolution 5620, updates to Senate Rule 7, students, Senate absences. Senator Hamid, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi again. Okay, so this is just updating the Senate rules to make it so that committee chairs have to notify senators if they're dismissed from their committee before the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Lipner.
Was there any reason why you didn't specify a specific timeline for the notification?
The timeline is before the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting. Would that not be a timeline?
Lipner.
I more meant like how long before that meeting. I think would be worth considering at least.
In my thought process, like let's say we're talking about GAP. GAP meets at 5 p.m. before Senate. That means that they have like an hour. Let's say we give them a timeline of 3 days. That's not really possible. So that's why just before the next regularly scheduled meeting, so that they can join a new committee.
All right. Any further questions? Morissette.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 37 to 0 to 1, Resolution 5620 passes on third reading. All right, notice of legislation on second reading. Internal Bill 5636, updates to Title VI, paid endorsement. Senator Borges, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. It's pretty much what it says. If you want to pay for an endorsement, I think you should disclose that. I think as a person who votes, I appreciate that. There is an amendment by, I believe, Gaudio, yeah, and I do support that amendment. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Varela.
I think this is my own ignorance speaking, but bear with me. So this would apply if, say, I want some, or if I want a company to support me and I pay them to do it?
No, I hope that's not the way it's written, because that would not be the intention. I don't think it's the way it's written, but it would be if you, let's say, you know, how people like celebrities who are kind of washed out, you can pay them to say things for you like happy birthday. Let's just say as a candidate, you wanted to do that to say, vote for X candidate. That would be a paid endorsement. And I hope that's the way I wrote it. If not, please change that.
No, it is. I was just not reading it correctly.
Metellus.
Will this also include like sponsors as well? Like if a company or somebody just wanted to help a campaign, not necessarily just like a video or voice endorsement?
So that's a great question. I believe there is an actual, what's it called, definition within Title VI. So let me look at that and just get back to you to make sure.
Lipner.
It's my understanding that other forms of campaign financing are not publicly available and are only accessible by the Election Commission. Do you believe that that should be changed in line with this to have more transparency in elections?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think like how I have it is like the supervisor of elections can decide whether or not something's clear and conspicuous. I think to an extent the Election Commission does their job right and properly. So it's up to you. If you want to add an amendment, I'm not against that.
Reed.
Motion to let a non-senator speak.
There's been a motion to let a non-committee member speak. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Supervisor Brown.
This is more so just a point of information. There isn't anything in Title VI that doesn't say that students can't request the records of physical and expense statements. So those are pretty much public record, just it's upon request.
Borges.
Yeah, first, thank you to Supervisor Brown. Second, I have an answer for Metellus.
Go ahead.
Okay. So inside of the actual definitions area of Title VI, it does have it's M. So it's going to be 600.1 M. Endorsement is to formally support a given candidate or ticket. How that's exactly interpreted, I'm not the Attorney General, but I would think that unless a company is explicitly like, we support this candidate, and they got payment to support that candidate, not just to do whatever they're doing, like if you gave them money to then support you, I think that would be paid endorsement. You should disclose that. Does that answer your question?
Reed.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly. So essentially, this just wants to ensure that all candidates have to make it clear if they paid to be endorsed.
Yes.
Varela.
Move for debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. I guess Gaudio's not here, but anyone can take up his amendment, I guess. Varela.
Motion C, Senator Gaudio's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Gaudio's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whoever wants to, Varela, you can speak on it, yeah.
As far as I see, changes the grammar to sound more professional. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Reed?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Joliker?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. All the ones on the line. All right, with the vote count of 37 to 0, the amendments pass. All right, Banesh.
Mayor Rating.
You may.
So I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I don't know if anybody else saw this during the campaigning season, but one of the presidential candidates like paid for a cameo from LeVar Ball. I don't know if y'all are familiar with basketball or anything, but he was like, I'm on Blank's account. I might swerve in that corner. So yeah, I feel like it's pretty good to, you know, say that you paid for it. It literally had the cameo like watermark on the video, which I thought was crazy, but you know, swerving, been in that corner. I would like you to disclose like if you paid for that. So with that, move to vote.
I think Borges.
I am objecting.
Okay, do withdraw. Okay, Borges.
I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure I clarified something so I'm not attacked. So not only was there one candidate that did this happened more than once. And that's why I thought it was a big enough thing to make a bill out of it. I don't want to be attacked. But yes, another campaign did hire essentially an Instagram account to endorse them. So
Finish.
Move to vote.
Oh wait, Brody, you have something to say.
Sorry, I just if anybody can answer, can anybody let me know when this went through ENA? Because I can't seem to find that it did.
Supervisor Brown.
It has yet to go through ENA, otherwise my name would have been on the sponsor list.
Okay. So okay. More set.
Motion.
Title 6,
Okay.
state endorsements.
Motion to remand. Which what number is it? I can't see the number.
I mean, it's technically already.
Yeah.
Did we just forget everything we just did?
You said, wait, what?
If the committee doesn't see it, you consider it postponed by the committee until it doesn't. It shouldn't exist on our agenda, right?
Yeah. So everything
don't
we
have to
just did.
motion,
Yeah,
okay.
we're good. This is just null and void. All this conversation. Okay, that's fine. All right. Internal Bill 5636, postponing committee. Internal Bill 5639, updates to Title 8, allowing RSOs under the Sport Club Council to receive Senate funding. Senator Borges, also postponing committee. Internal Bill 5640, updates to Title 9, penal action. Senator Borges. You have 5 minutes when we're ready.
thank you. Sorry to waste your time earlier. I was not able to attend DNA, so I didn't know it was postponed. My bad. So for this one, it had been seen by LJR, thankfully. This essentially adds parameters to penal actions, not necessarily limiting them, just providing kind of structures to how they should kind of go and proceed. I don't know, for all of you who were here during the previous censure and penal action votes, we were all kind of like, what do we do? What happened in the past? What should happen? And I think that's not great, given, you know, we need to be fair to the issued, to the issuer, to everyone involved. We need to have consistency. And so that kind of just establishes that consistency. For those of you who are like, why is there an image here? There are forms for both notifications of noncompliance and recommendations of censure. So to kind of stay in line with that, there is now a form for a recommendation of penal action. I believe I hit everything I needed to, but please, if you see something and you're like, you missed this, please add an amendment. what else should I clarify? That's pretty much it. Yeah.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Are there any questions? Wanjin,
May I direct a question to Brody?
you may.
Since we just passed a bill modifying this same section, do we need to do all that technical work? Or if we pass it like this, is it just the AG's problem to fix it?
Any further questions? Reed.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Reed.
Looks good to me. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 40 to 0, Internal Bill 5640 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5644 updates to Title VI, the election statute. Senator Lazo, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry. That threw me off my game. So funnily enough, the opposite of what just happened just occurred last week or the week before spring break. This was seen postponed in committee, which did not happen. But I was like, you know what? I'm in Costa Rica. I don't really care. But in short, what this bill aims to do is it aims to prohibit any activities that kind of misalign or misconstrue the scope and the jurisdiction of SG when it comes to any sort of alignment with federal, state, or even other student governments. A lot of the time, a lot of people, and especially after this election, a lot of people think that we can do a lot more or that we're related and work with a lot more than we do. We may have, Mayor Demings assist us in like 1 or 2 events, but that does not mean we work with like local government. At the end of the day, we are a student government, and I kind of just wanted to write into election statutes, kind of making sure that everyone is aware of that. And that includes, you'll see this language a lot, but that includes, but not limited to federal, state, or local political campaigns, parties, candidates, or entities. It's pretty much a wordy way of saying SG is its own entity, and it's not to be misconstrued or associated with anything federal, state, or local politically. Again, like I said, one issue that was kind of almost constantly brought up when a lot of students in my classes were confused about the election was, what can SG really do, and is what these candidates saying is an actuality of what they can do or a platform that they can use? And I'm like, there's nothing in statutes that says we can or cannot do it. So this kind of just is working on fixing that divide that we have right now, where there's what student government actually does and what student government is perceived to be able to do. And for that, I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We're now online for questioning. More set.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
For the first one, can you just elaborate more on 604.2 subsection I? Just reading it, I'm a bit confused. So if you could just elaborate a little bit more on it.
Yeah, this is something that I had kind of discussed with Supervisor Brown, with the aims of kind of what we saw a lot of this election was there were personal biases being brought into certain issues, especially that the Election Commission saw. And when we see those materials that are kind of making personal attacks, that would also kind of comment on what that certain candidate or certain individual will be able to do when acting in a professional capacity. So what that means, creating or using or partaking in any material that would reasonably cause an interference with a candidate's impartiality and or neutrality. That basically means that in our roles as student governments, we're supposed to treat every student fairly and equally and treating them as they come with their needs. If a candidate with their materials is showcasing that they won't be able to do that, that's when Election Commission will be able to step in.
Wanjin. Oh, you have a second question, sorry.
And then the second one was for 606.1, where it says knowingly devising any campaign material. So in like the instance where a candidate may portray the student government can do more past its scope, but when the Election Commission kind of approaches them and asks like, was this knowingly or like did you not know? How would I guess that line be divided against like the candidate possibly lying, saying they didn't know that was past student government scope?
something that I would like to, this is definitely more legal jargon, but that's, ignorantia non justitiis, which means that ignorance cannot be used in a court of law as an excuse. I think when you're running for a student government candidacy, you need to be informed to the utmost or 10th most degree of what your position can do. So if not, how are we as voters able to trust that you're doing what's best for us? So I think what election commission can come to is this blatantly misunderstanding like statutes and constitution and all of our governing documents, or was this like misworded? Was this a mistake or an accident? That's kind of the approach that election commission should do. I know that this is also brought up at ENA. There was some worries about it being in a higher tier, and that's why it was moved down to tier 1. And then also I left it purposely vague just so that election commission has more wiggle room, since obviously they can't write their own legislation. I wanted to give them that freedom to like move around with the decision.
Wanja.
Question and then probably a follow-up. So when you're saying electronic or tangible material may not directly reflect that of partisan or political figures, is that saying like you can't mirror, like take inspiration from political figures and like the way they choose to campaign?
So there's a line that I wanted to draw, but I didn't want to make it too distinct. So that's, again, I want to leave that up to election commission's jurisdiction. But what I mean is purposely misrepresenting or taking any inspiration that would confuse or aim to misalign your platform and your candidacy with another figure or with a political platform or party.
And then for my follow, I guess it's more like a second question. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
For you're talking about the impartiality and or neutrality. In what sense are we saying that they need to be impartial or neutral? Because these are not positions where you're like expected to be super impartial or neutral. Where the elected positions are senators and presidential tickets, not justices or election commissioners.
So this is actually something that we'll tie into a later piece of legislation that we'll be seeing later. But most of us here try and act on almost like an unspoken rule of impartiality and neutrality, which is an individual or personal issue that you may have with a student or with a student group shouldn't affect your ability as a member of student government to treat them and to listen to their issues equally. That's kind of more explained in our code of ethics, and that we have to take everyone equally. We can't let our personal biases affect how we do that. And that's why I also put in acting in a professional capacity. What the candidate does on their personal time, what RSOs are associated with, that's their business. But when acting as a student government agent, we have to be putting the students' needs first. And if there's enough students that say we need this, it is not my personal bias or my personal opinion as to what they need, even if I don't agree with it. If that explains it.
All right. We have about 5 minutes remaining in questioning. Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? All right.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, Varela.
Yeah, I had a question more about the political affiliation one. If perhaps a ticket kind of campaigned off, I'm in UCF Dems or UCF GOP, would that like then be banned under this bill?
No, as long as they're not saying that UCF Dems will all be in like candidates or they're in the cabinet. When they say things, for example, we had one candidate that mentioned their like Model UN experience. That's their personal, like what they do outside of the chamber. That's not my business. But when they're saying UCF or YDSA will personally be doing this, or YDSA is leading me on these decisions, that's kind of can be seen as ostracizing other members of our student government or of our student body. And I don't want any candidate to be portrayed as one-sided, especially because we try very hard to not have parties in Senate and in student government, and we want every student to be able to come to us.
Varela.
I'm gonna hit you in the hypothetical. Sorry for all the hypotheticals tonight. If someone says, if elected, I'll bring liberal values to the student government, would that then be allowed?
Well, because it didn't explicitly mention ideology, I guess it would be. And if that's an amendment that you would like to make, I'm more than okay with it as long as the body's okay with it. I mostly just worry about kind of like how I mentioned in ENA, ostracizing and immediately turning off voters from wanting to vote or from wanting to vote for that candidate even if they have good ideas, just because they've aligned something. And unfortunately, students are very visual learners. If they see something they don't like, they will not vote. And we want students to be as educated as possible. I didn't think about the hypothetical, so if we as a body choose to add that in or choose to make that nomenclature specific, I'm okay with that.
Wanjin.
I guess I'm just confused why we wouldn't want to allow candidates to campaign as they wish, as far as like associating them with a political party, or like YDSA as the example you gave. Like, if YDSA is going to be what they use as their guiding values on votes and decisions, why shouldn't we allow them to say that?
Because at the end of the day, student government isn't really going to be participating in any socialist, conservative, liberal policy. At the end of the day, what we're going to be doing is just putting the students' needs first. And that's another misconception that people have of us, that we get to change things on a federal, local, or state level. That's not at all what happens. And sometimes when we have political parties that are involved with it, that kind of causes that misconstrue of what student government can do.
Wanjin.
I direct a question to Brody.
You may.
Are we allowed to bar candidates from saying something like they're going to use a political party's values to make their decisions?
That's a good question. I think there are free speech considerations there that I would be worried about, but I don't know that I have an answer for you. Sorry.
All right, we still have about 2 minutes of questioning. Shen.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. All right, I'll do Shen, Reed, Varela.
I strongly agree with this piece of legislation. I think it's necessary, actually. I think we saw way too much of that this election. And it's really, as the D. Lazo has said, I mean, the Senate can only do so much. SG can only do so much. I don't think we need to politicize a body that is inherently not political, at least on a federal level or state level. And I encourage you all to vote in favor of this.
Reed.
I completely agree with the previous sentiments. I think this piece of legislation is pretty important because at the end of the day, like, our job is to ensure that we're advocating for the student body fairly. And I think if we bring, federal, state politics into everything, then we could run into the risk of excluding students, or students become like don't trust us anymore, things like that. I think our job is to be partisan with governmental issues in the real world, but student government issues, that's what we should be focusing on. And I think this legislation definitely starts setting that up at the campaign level. So then, candidates, students understand that we're just here to advocate for the student body. We're not here to voice our own personal beliefs.
Motion to see my amendments.
I object.
You object to see the amendments?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to withdraw.
Okay. All right, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Lazo.
I'm looking at the amendments right now, and they kind of just basically go ahead and gut the entire purpose of the bill. If that was an issue that Senator Varela or Vice Chair Varela had, I think I'll be more comfortable with him debating a negation of it, simply because it's kind of one of the main point and purpose of the bill. If you are to strike those things, you might as well just like scrap the bill. And I had help from Supervisor Brown, I had help from D-Leg Collazo, and I had help from Brody. So I can try and not run afoul of any sort of freedom of speech issues and making sure that everyone was represented fairly. So I don't really see why these amendments need to exist rather than just debating and voting a negation.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I understand the amendments do gut a large part of the bill, but there's still provisions of the bill that do stay intact. such as the 606.4S failure to comply with the golden rule election ethics. That's still in place. I think that's still very important. Also, knowingly misrepresenting the scope of student government, that's still in place. So there's still provisions in place that I would support, that I want to see passed. It is the parts of the bill, but the partisan stuff we can discuss later if we see the amendments. That is not what I would want to see passed. So again, I still think we should see the amendments so we can debate on them and discuss them. I don't think it's proper to just hand wave away amendments because again, there's still parts of the bill that would still exist if these amendments pass.
All right, we're in a 5-minute debate period. Okay, I'll do Kringle, Jolliker, Shen.
Mood vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now voting procedures. Remember, the objection is Lazo. That's yes, meaning we won't see the amendments. The motion is no. That's Varela, meaning we will see the amendments. So no is saying yes to seeing the amendments, not passing the amendments, just seeing them. All right, with the vote count of 20 to 18 to 1, the objection holds, so we will not be seeing the amendments. All right. Did I say anyone after Varela? Or do you want to debate?
I guess a debate now, yeah. Unfortunately, then now that we're not seeing these amendments, I will have to be advocating for everyone to vote no on this bill. I understand the intention with wanting to keep student government nonpartisan, but I do believe if we pass this bill, it would have a severe chilling effect on the free speech of people to engage in the campaigns they want to. Again, I think something as easy as, hey, I will bring liberal values to student government could be an election violation. Maybe something saying, I will protect DEI in student government could be an election violation because these are all partisan political issues. I think is it possible to escape all of politics when you're talking about student government? And especially with how eager and competitive campaigns can get, it can be really easy to throw an election violation towards someone that says, I want to protect DEI, or I want to bring this sort of value or this sort of value. So I think if we're going to pass an amendment or a bill that would kind of be in the partisan space, that'd be very narrowly tailored. So not anything that can be, I guess, reasonably deemed as partisan, which is a lot of things in student government can be hit with election violation.
Did you have amendments? Okay. All right. I'll do Metellus, Johnson, Escobar.
I'll be voting in favor of this bill. I do understand the freedom of speech concerns, but I feel like personally this bill is it's extremely important. I also, to talk about what Varela stated, I don't personally see anything that goes into what political parties believe in, like certain issues like DEI and stuff like that. This is, to me, what I'm seeing is more of just like basing your campaign on a political party or a candidate from that party. And then to also state, I feel like because of what we have seen in the past election, I think this is great, and it shows that the separation of student government versus the federal government. I've personally seen that a lot of people kind of blended the two together, and I think this specifically states that, or it specifically prevents people from tying in or bringing in a lot of political and federal stuff into student government when we're here for the students and not we shouldn't be basing things off of how political partisan political stuff works. Like, we don't do that here at UCF. I know other schools do, but we don't do that here. So I think this is great and will help make things less tense in the future.
Johnson.
Yeah, I'll be voting for this bill. I am going to go ahead and say what we're all talking about respectfully. Yes, I do believe that aligning yourself with Make America Great Again has no place in UCF just because our UCF student government is nonpartisan. I feel like saying that you'll support diversity students because it was made, just because it was federally made political does not mean it's a political statement.
we have diverse students on campus, so saying that you're going to support them, I feel like is not necessarily a problem, but I do understand the concerns of Senator Varela or Vice Chair Varela. I just don't necessarily feel like that's necessarily an issue here. And that was the reason, at least I feel like this bill was made, because I feel like that should never happen again. Like, I don't think we should have a candidate run off of like former President Obama's slogan either. Like, it just should stay bipartisan.
Escobar.
Yeah, to like basically carry on like what the previous two senators were saying. I'll be voting in favor of this bill. This bill doesn't prevent anyone from saying like what they believe in, like values wise. It just prevents them from like associating themselves with a political like party, not like a specific value or what they believe in, or even if they are a part of like an RSO that is political, that is still fine, because they themselves can still like, they can still express that their involvement on campus, because this bill is just saying like what your campaign material specifically can't be like when you're promoting yourself as a candidate.
All right, with a few in affirmation, are there any speaking not in affirmation of the bill? All right, I'll do Wanjin, Green, Karingle.
I mean, I think it's clear from the question I asked Brody. I think this is a significant violation of our free speech. Even if we don't like what candidates are running on, students should get to know what the people they're voting for actually want to be achieving in office. If their goal is to be achieving what Make America Great Again wants, then your students should have the ability to know that before they're voting for you. I would rather not have people like sugarcoat their campaigns just because we're forcing them to. If they want to make that decision themselves, they can go for it. But people should be allowed to run however they wish. I don't necessarily agree with the way everyone wants to campaign, but yeah. And I think the impartiality and or neutrality stuff starts having issues once we are talking about real world issues. Also, I hate the fact that people keep arguing that we don't do political things. I've sat here as we've voted, not this session, but we've repeatedly voted in the past on bills specifically caring about gun safety. And we have Day at the Capitol where we go and advocate for legislation every year, and it's usually heavily on one side of the aisle. Just because we think that what we're doing is correct does not mean it's non-political, unfortunately.
Green.
I will also be voting in negation of the bill for the reasons in concurrence with the reasons elaborated by Senator Wanjin and Chair Varela. I agree that the values espoused by the MAGA movement, by and large, have no place here at UCF, and I think the voters in our student body believe that as well. That is why the candidate, which my colleagues are referencing, did not win the election. Furthermore, I think this legislation, as said earlier, sort of is an infringement on both the freedom of like speech as well as the right to assembly. Political parties are technically a form of peaceful assembly. So.
Karingle.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. All right.
I withdraw.
You withdraw. Okay. Lipner. You have about a minute and 30 seconds.
Motion to see my amendments.
Oh, okay. There's been a motion to see Senator Lipner's amendments. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
I was just trying to clarify that we were talking about impersonating another individual or trying to be not forthcoming about who you are and what your policies are. I think we should be allowing people to speak on their parties and political campaign biases, because it's important to know what our elected officials think and care about, but at the same time, not overstepping the boundaries and ensuring that they are still being respectful and productive members of the campaign.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Varela.
I'm not sure this is being debate or questioning, but will Lipner see my amendment as a friendly?
Absolutely, thank you.
Lazo.
Are you aware that when it's referencing a specific candidate, campaign, and an entity, that's referring to the individual that this person will be impersonating and not their speech?
I do understand how you can interpret it that way, but I do feel it was a little vague, and so just specifying candidates keeps it more direct, in my opinion.
A campaign is for an individual, and so therefore specifically is an individual impersonation. The party, similarly, that one I'm fine with however the body would see it. But similarly for entities, that's an individual. That is the definition of it. So being able to take away a campaign isn't made for a party, a campaign is made for an individual and therefore is aligned with the individual. So I was just wondering, where is that confusion?
I do see your point about entities and would request Chair Varela remove that from the friendly, but I still would say that campaigns and parties are more broad and don't specifically talk about an individual directly. Using the example of Make America Great Again, it's more of a idea and a concept that he was supporting, not necessarily the candidate directly. While I do understand they conflate with one another, there is a little bit more nuance there that I want to leave open to allow individuals to still have that free speech.
May I provide a follow-up? Okay, so the phrase Make America Great Again is a catchphrase that's part of a campaign. Again, the campaign is for the individual. The campaign isn't for Make America Great Again. In that situation, it would be Make America Great Again would be associated with the campaign of Trump. Or if it was Si Se Puede, it was, sorry, that's the Spanish translation, but that was for Obama. When you're saying these catchphrases, that's fine, that's their speech and they can use it. What I'm worried about is the impersonation of individuals that have no business or have no real life like counterpart or participation in student government, which is what's at the root of this bill.
Absolutely, I hear your concerns, and I just feel that my amendments keep that root intent intact. And I'm willing to hear you're out in debate, but I see it as a...
Varela.
This is a question, I guess, to Lazo as the author of the bill, because this is about, can the term entity refer to something that's not human, such as an organization or a club?
So entity is more of a legal term, and that legal term when used in the campaign is done for example, like Trump LLCs and stuff like that. So an entity is more of an individual's business or an individual, like business in the noun sense, not the other sense. But an entity is usually assigned to an individual, and it references an individual.
All right, Wanjin Jalker.
I was just going to ask if there was a reason you left H out of your amendments.
Was that directed towards me?
Yes, sorry.
I removed the impartiality or neutrality, but still left the point of acting in a professional capacity because I think it's important to justify that unless I'm looking at the wrong H. Oh, I see what you're meaning now. Yes, I felt that it still kept the important fact of not wanting to duplicate a single individual as opposed to more of a broad ideological concern.
Jalker.
Motion to move debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? You object. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
All right, go ahead.
Are you still accepting Varela's amendments as a friendly?
Yes, all of them in total. I think his questioning clarified the entity concern, and I think that candidate versus entity being synonyms means that we should just keep it simple and have the single choice.
Go ahead, yeah.
If that stays, would you prefer figures replace candidates then? Since that's used in the next line, and also I feel like candidate means someone who's running for office. If they already got it, they're no longer a candidate.
Yeah, I'd be open to that. I'm going to make that amendment now. Thank you.
Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, are now in debate on the amendment. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Varela.
Yeah, I'll be in favor of this amendment. I think this makes this bill a lot better. I think it achieves the intention a little bit more specifically, because I think I think the issue we're trying to get here is that we don't want student government elections kind of mimicking federal elections where, say, for instance, you don't want people voting for someone because that guy's like Trump, I want him, or this guy's like Kamala Harris, I want him to. So I think this kind of better achieves the purpose. Again, I think that campaigns kind of entities can be really widely construed and can, again, if I'm a presidential candidate and I want to get a leg with my opponent, I can easily allege that, hey, they mentioned something that this campaign also mentioned, their person in the campaign, bang, violation. I think that it kind of leaves way too much leeway for kind of things like that to happen. And I'm sure the election commission can weed them out, but I think that would inundate election commission to a degree where I can't effectively do their job. And I also wanted to clarify that that according to Black's Law Dictionary, an entity can be a person, partnership, organization, or business. So entity can also apply to RSOs here on campus like Dems, YDSA, GOP, stuff like that. So I do think it's important to take that out because I do think you should be able to align yourself, say I'm part of UCF Dems and I will bring UCF Dems values and initiatives to the student government. I think that should be fine. And I agree with Wanjin that it should be up to the voters to decide if they want that and not us to decide whether they can say that during their campaign.
May I do a point of information?
You may.
So the bill never specifically says that you can't be a part of like an RSO. When I mean like a local, I mean like there's League of Women Voters UCF and there's League of Women Voters Orange County.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is if I want to say I am part of UCF Dems, if I want to say I'm part of UCF Dems and I will kind of bring these ideas I've worked on UCF Dems into the student government, that could be alleged as a violation if this bill passes. Or again, if I work for I don't know, League of Women Voters, like you said, and I heavily campaign off like bringing what I did here into student government, that could be seen as aligning myself and kind of campaigning as, you know, the League of Women Voters, right? So I think stuff like that is what we're trying to avoid. And it should be, again, the voters' choice. Do they want that and not ours saying you can't advertise yourself as something like that?
Shen Metellus. This is debate on the amendment also.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to be voting in favor of these amendments. I think if you're in favor of the legislation, you should also not vote in favor of these amendments because I think voting in favor of these amendments is effectively destroying the legislation and you're just going to be passing something that has no meaning.
Okay. Corelli.
See, I'm the exact opposite. I'll be voting in favor of this amendment, but still be voting in negation on the bill. I feel like any legislation that, you know, prohibits candidates from campaigning how they want to in terms of how they identify, it's just not good. But these amendments do make it more free and do help protect the free speech of candidates. I'll be voting in favor.
Metellus.
May I retain?
You may.
I'll be voting in favor of these amendments. I feel like this is kind of a middle ground between both the sides on this bill. I feel like it still achieves a lot of the main points of the bill while being a bit more specific and allowing a bit more freedom. And with that, I move to vote.
Can I see Senator Wanjin's amendment in 6063G as a friendly?
If she accepts, that's fine. Okay.
Thank you. With that, move to vote.
I object.
Oh, then I withdraw and move to vote.
I just have a question. Sorry.
Okay.
Does this amendment also include? So there's the amendments to the campaigns parties. Is that also including the impartiality and/or neutrality clauses?
This is all of my amendments on the page, including Chair Varela's amendments.
All of Chair Varela's?
The two that I see, correct? Yes.
All right. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. This is going to be Lipner's and Varela's amendments combined. Okay. Colazo.
I move to table internal bill 5644.
There's been a motion to table internal bill 5644. Are there any objections? Seeing none, internal bill 5644 is tabled. All right. Internal bill 5645 updates to Title VI visual obstruction. Senator Borges, whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, I added 2 words. I hope that's okay. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Muratov.
What's the 2 words?
Sorry, what?
Can I jump in? I'm going to test to see if it works. And then are you still in a spot where you can vote? Which is okay?
It
might work, it might not.
Sure.
Yeah, tell me the 2 words you add.
Okay, I'll just read the full sentence.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Condoning or authorizing the removal, vandalism, destruction. Here's the 2 words: visual obstruction, or theft of campaign material or of another candidate. I can't speak apparently.
Okay. It's voting on this amendment. Just yeah. Any further questions? Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lipner.
May I return?
You may.
Yeah, this bill looks great. It's only 2 words, no amendments needed. So motion to vote whenever Brody's ready.
Yeah, it's internal bill 5645, but no amendment. All right. There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right. Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on 5645. All right, with a vote count of 38 to 1 to 0, internal bill 5645 passes on second reading. Metellus.
Motion to pick up internal bill 5644 from the table.
There's been a motion to pick up internal bill 5644 from the table. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Do we have to restart the whole amendment process? We were right at voting. Okay, perfect. Okay, courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. That's what you meant, right? The amendments on 5644. Or it was just Lipner's and Varela's amendments.
Just quick thing, sorry.
Okay.
In 6041C, I changed that to also match the figures language, but everything else is the same.
Okay. All right, there's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 28 to 12 to 0, the amendments pass. Wanjan, your amendments.
My amendment got included in the middle of that.
I forgot.
It
My
ended
bad.
up not being
Okay,
included.
my
Oh, it
Sorry.
wasn't? Okay. I'll move to see my amendment then.
Motion to see Senator Wanjin's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
If a rule is not written somewhere, we shouldn't be trying to hold people to magic, non-existent rules. Implicit means implied. So I would like to remove that part.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Lazo.
Isn't it kind of like in our code of ethics that we also have to treat like every student equally? I'm forgetting the verbatim legislation right now, but it is kind of if the supervisor of elections can remind me of it, or I'm forgetting it right now. But something code of ethics mentions it, and that's kind of what I based that decision on, and then also wanted to build on in this bill. So I'm just confused why you're calling it a magic something.
If something's in the code of ethics, it's not implied, it's written.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah. So
go ahead.
The inherent part, so it's inherently written in code of ethics, and then implied powers also of the code of ethics are implied notions of the code of ethics. Wouldn't that again be up to election commission to decide on that?
So if something violates student government rules, it doesn't need whether implicit or inherent part, because if something's a rule, it's written down, it's inherent. It's the implicit part I have a problem with, because implied rules makes it sound like it's something an in-group would know, and we don't need our candidates being part of an in-group that have to know something that's not written down anywhere.
Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendment. Lipner,
May I retain?
you may.
Yeah, I'm very much in support of this. I only excluded it from my original amendment because there was some pushback from other individuals. I hope the questioning and debate time has allowed you guys to have more clarity. And I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 4 to 1, the amendment passes. We are still in debate on the bill. Varela,
May I direct a question towards Senator Lazo?
you may. We have about a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, so looking at 604.2H, the one about the material reflecting that of a political figure. So I'm gonna hit you with another hypothetical. Sorry. If, for instance, somebody did a campaign poster that was in the style of that famous Obama poster, if you know what I'm talking about, the ones like the famous Obama poster, like there's a famous Obama like poster that says like just there's just a famous campaign material, right? Would that then be an election violation because you're reflecting that of like a political figure, even though it's like famous and iconic?
Yes, because it's still inherently tied to that figure. I'm also confused as to what specifically this hypothetical is referencing. So that might help me. I don't really know what this is talking about, but that is inherently political in my opinion. So yes, I would have an issue with that because it's aligning with a political message and a political figure.
All right. We have about 40 seconds remaining in debate, so we'll either take Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, are now in voting procedures on the bill. All right, with a vote count of 22 to 14 to 1, Internal Bill 5644 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5645 updates to Title 6. Oh wait, we just did that one, sorry. Internal Bill 5646 updates to Title 10, installation of student government agent. Senator Borges, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, last time you have to hear me speak today. So if you guys were here, you may remember we talked about the big issue of making everyone an SG agent, due to the fact that like you can't be a double SG agent. You take the oath, you have to resign from a previous position where you're an agent. So if you guys want to be, if you guys were an executive director of an agency and then wanted to be a senator, well, you can't do that. If you were, the way the bill was written was if you were a director of the agency, you'd be an SG agent still. We fixed that. And you want to be a senator, well, you'd have to resign. This kind of makes it to where that issue doesn't exist. Your mic's on. Sorry. It's okay. I just wanted you to know. And so something that even Brody mentioned was like, we solved it one way. Now this is solving it the other way. So just to read off the sentence, upon accepting the oath of office for any position, a student government agent shall be considered resigned from any other elected or appointed student government position that they completed an oath of office for. So now that we don't have that requirement for agency positions to complete the oath of office, we specified that while they can be required to, let's say the student body president wants them to, then they do, but as of now, they're not required to. So then they wouldn't have to resign if they wanted to become a senator, a justice, election commissioner, blah, blah, blah. Hope that makes sense. I yield.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Any questions? Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion moved to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
Borges, oh Borges, what I could say to you. This is a beautiful bill, pretty self-explanatory. If y'all vote in negation, I'm going to be looking at you crazy, low-key. I'm just playing. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 38 to 0, Internal Bill 5646 passes on second reading. Internal Bill 5647 updates to Title 3, Senate apportionment. Senator Escobar, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. So this is an update to Title 3, like about Senate apportionment. Most of it is just moving things around to make it more like kind of concise and like readable in the apportionment process for both ENA and like anyone who's like looking at the apportionment process. It also like updates the name of like the database that collects like the enrollment information because it no longer exists. But the big parts of this bill is that it increases the amount of students represented by senators by 250 students. It also, for colleges with an enrollment of over 10,000 students, currently that would be sciences and engineering and computer science, they would be allocated a dedicated seat within the college for each department and school. And then it also, for that section, it adds like department to the other areas that include college and school. And then further down, it kind of clarifies the process in which like when a senator changes colleges, they would be transferred, like their position as like any officer position or like leadership position that they hold would still like be transferred to their new seat if confirmed. I yield for questions.
All right, we're now online for questions. You guys have 10 minutes. Varela, Lipner.
Yeah, I want some more clarification on like the logistics of the department one. So a few. Sorry if it's a little bit a lot. So would the apportionment then So sciences, right? We have security, psychology, for instance. Would the 1,250 be in the departments? Then will be apportioned.
Yeah. So how that would work? It was so currently like sciences has four, or not currently, but yeah, sciences has 10 departments in schools. It would just be like 10 seats dedicated to those, like within the College of Sciences allocation. 10 of those seats would be for a set department in school.
Follow up. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if there's a total of say 15 seats, right? So it would be 1 per department and then 5 wildcard seats.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And then would only students of a certain department be voting for their own representative?
For that, yeah, for the election, we were like still uncertain. I can direct the question to Brody because we were still kind of like iffy on that part.
One option that we talked about in ENA that I think could potentially work to kind of implement that would be basically you would go down the list and like the highest vote getter in the College of Sciences that was from each department would get that seat, right? And then just the next, right? So like likely, right, the top 12, sciences candidates would get those 12 seats. But if the highest vote getter in anthropology or wherever they are, is the 16th, but they're the highest vote getter for that department, then they would still be allotted one of the seats. I think there's different ways you could potentially do it. That was one that we discussed in ENA. That would be an option.
Follow up.
So I guess, for instance, if there's an open seat in College of Sciences, but say there's no people from the School of Mathematics, right? You would need to be in mathematics to apply for that seat?
If it was like that dedicated seat, yes.
Okay. Listener,
2, if I may.
you may.
First off, to follow up on Chair Varela's concerns, do you have any concern about this leading to more empty or vacant seats in the process of elections because of certain departments or schools simply being too small to offer that opportunity?
Yeah, so that concern could be brought to pretty much like any small college. But this was brought up because it was like there's been seen like I guess overrepresentation of certain like departments within like these bigger colleges, and just giving those bigger departments the dedicated seat because they are so big.
And then the second one, if that's all right.
Mhm.
With the change from 1,000 students per college for each seat to 1,250 students per seat, do you foresee there being a potential concern where there's not enough seats for a college's departments or schools?
Yeah, so I also kind of share that concern because when I originally wrote this and presented it before ENA, it was still the original 1,000, and then it was amended to be brought up to the 1,250 because like it was also brought up that when Senate was originally like apportioned to the 1,000 seats, we only had 35,000 students, and that number has doubled. So that's why the increase we've written the increase for the 10,000 the colleges with 10,000 students. There would still be over 10 seats with the 2 large colleges that we have. I can't see the concern of like it kind of like being an issue, but there would still be like those extra seats for like anyone within the college to apply to.
All right, we have about 5 minutes remaining in questioning. I'll do Ruben, Joliker, Trey Hernandez.
And I'm sorry if this is a dumb question, but so it says on the bill that it would go into effect immediately. So elections have already happened. So how would this affect the people in those colleges? Like, what if they're not all from different departments? Do those people have to lose their seats, or how would that work?
Yeah, so it's not a dumb question. So for this part of Title V, it's about how ENA apportions the Senate. So it wouldn't like affect how like the current apportionment has been or how the current election has been. It's just the next time ENA does apportion the Senate, this is how it would be structured.
Joliker.
So as a point for clarification here, if it is changed to 1,250 students per seat, the College of Business currently has 8 seats for around 8,000 students. If this change went into effect, that would become 6.4. So just to confirm, first of all, that would lower it down to 6 seats for the College of Business. And also, has the concern been raised when it comes to representation that this is going to result in even less representation for the students overall with fewer overall seats in the Senate?
Yeah, so representation is definitely something like we considered. It would still be like equal, well, I guess as like equally as it could be represented because every college would be divided up by the 1,250. We did the math based on at least this semester's student counts, and I can like give like the list of like how it would be like, I guess, cut, but making the Senate smaller, I don't feel would be a bad thing. Again, this would be for the 58th session.
Trey Hernandez.
Would you consider like if a seat goes like unsat because like nobody from that college ran, like from that specific college department ran for it? Would you consider it just like be for like someone to be appointed to that seat could be like at large, as for like one of the majors in the College of Engineering and Computer Science is engineering and for engineering. And this past spring 2024, there's only 8 people who actually graduated from the department itself, and us having like what from the math would be like 10 seats allocated. I don't think it would just be appropriate for them just be given an entire seat, given there's like only 8 graduates, or like give or take every like spring, because there's just a small department within the college itself.
Yeah, I definitely see how that would like be an issue. I know like engineering and computer science has 7 departments in schools, so that would be allocated from within the total amount of seats. Yeah, I haven't looked into like the populations of the departments in schools. But that could also be applied to like our current colleges with like very little populations that sometimes go unfilled. But yeah, this is just brought up to like provide for the larger colleges more, I guess, representative representation.
All right, there's a minute remaining in questioning, so I'll either take a motion to move to debate or to extend. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Okay. Metellus.
Motion to extend question by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning time by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we have around 6 minutes in questioning. Metellus, Wanjin Courts.
Okay, I'm kind of confused on this bill. So, is the point of the, or you could also just like explain what your goal is, but like what I'm understanding is like you're trying to have seats, but then also add seats for the departments of colleges, and then also just the larger colleges. Correct? Okay. Follow up, if I may. So, like the representative from the College of Business stated, some of these colleges would have less seats if this were to pass.
Yes, that already happens when we apportion seats based on population. Populations fluctuate. Like this next year, at least my college will have one less seat. But yeah, some colleges will have less seats. Because and we won't know how much less because we don't have the student counts of the next year or the semester when we do apportion the Senate seats, but it would be based on the 1250. And then we would not be adding any seats for the departments. It would just be from within the colleges with over 10,000 students.
Wanjin.
Would you be willing to require a department to have a certain amount of enrollment in order to be allocated a specific seat? Because just looking at the College of Sciences specifically, it looks like at least 4 of the departments have a student enrollment of under 400, which it seems a little insane to be requiring a small department, and there are some that are very small, much smaller than 400, to be have one seat allocated specifically for that department when someone else from the College of Sciences would fill it, even if poli-sci is well overrepresented, as I think everyone here knows.
Yeah, for that, I'm amenable to it. I know the issue was just of overrepresentation within the larger colleges because they are so big and represent so many students, and the senators within those colleges may not be of the departments that are also larger, but I am amenable to having the department based on population.
All right, about 3.5 minutes remaining. Courts.
Can I just add a few points of clarification?
And that can be done in are they questions? Because if not,
it's about the confusion over the seat allocations
in debate.
Okay,
it's not a question. Varela,
Can I ask this question to you, Spickelman?
you may.
Do you think at this point in the night it would be wise to postpone all our remaining business until we get to the GAP resolutions and the proclamations?
Yeah, so I was going to mention that after we finish this bill is that I was going to kind of leave it up to the floor, but also give my take really quick. Yeah, the things that we have to see tonight are the resolutions for GAP. We have to see them tonight, right? And then we have to also see Eternal Nights tonight. Eternal Nights, preferably, I deem it appropriate that it's the last thing. I don't know if you feel the same, that it's the last thing we see and it's the last thing we talk about. I deem that appropriate in terms of legislation, Senate forum, all of that. That's the last thing we talk about, and we leave it at that out of respect for those individuals. So yeah, I was going to leave it up to the floor, and after we pass this bill, but it does seem like it's going forever. Sorry. But yeah, after this bill, probably everything that we don't have to get to, we could reevaluate. But just to put it out there, yeah, the GAP resolutions we have to see. The Eternal Nights proclamations we have to see, and Chair Hamid and I both deem it probably appropriate. That's the last thing we see and talk about. So Varela.
Okay, so can just give me some Senate head nods. Can we postpone? This bill's gonna be difficult, I think. Can we postpone this bill, all the other bills, go to GAP, and then go to Senate forum? Oh, sorry, and then see proclamations last, just generally. Okay, then may I move to debate on this bill?
Move to debate on it. Yeah.
Oh, well, I can. Okay, fine. Motion to postpone Internal Bill 47, Internal Bill 48, 49, 50, until the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting. Also, Resolution 5621.
The special act or no?
And special acts, yes.
Okay. Okay. There's been a motion to postpone Internal Bill 5647, Internal Bill 5648, 5649, 5650, Resolution 5621, and then the other proclamations are no. Okay. Proclamation 5646, Proclamation 5647, and then Proclamation 5655 too. Special Act 5602 until the next regularly scheduled meeting. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. You guys wanted to see the gap resolutions really quick? Okay. We're not really quick. We take our time, obviously, but that's first up. Okay, resolutions. Resolution 5623, resolution addressing Florida legislation that impacts the UCF student body's education. GAP committee, Chair Vasquez.
So can I make a motion to see all three of these resolutions on second and third reading?
Yes, but audio, sorry.
Present and voting.
Senator Vice Chair Gaudio, present voting, so noted at 10:31 p.m. You may.
Okay. So I motion for the resolution 5623, resolution 5624 and 25 to be seen on second and third reading.
So you mean like once it passes, it's like passing on both?
Yeah.
That can be done, right? Or can it not?
Oh,
Okay.
never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Sorry. I don't know why I said that. Okay. I'll start off on this one.
Okay.
Okay, bro. Okay. So I'm gonna yield to Chair Johnson to start us off on this one. Hi guys, so I was the GAP committee member that did the research on House Bill 167, also known as Senate Bill 338, and then House Bill 17, also known as Senate Bill 1368. Essentially, House Bill 167 was aimed to address the complaints made by Representative Davis. His biggest complaint was that his constituents were not aware of Bright Futures. So he just wants all the public schools in Florida to advertise Bright Futures more, like on their websites and social medias. And he also wants to create like a mentorship program for high school students. So when we go to Day at the Capitol, we're going to advocate for this. I included some facts from our UCF 2024 to 2025 fact sheet. 70% of our first-time college students graduate with no educational debt, which is pretty cool. However, that means that 30% of them do. And I did the math. And so 30% of our total enrolled students is still like 20,000 or so students that are graduating with educational debt, which I feel like is a big problem. Additionally, according to the Florida Department of Health, we have $105.4 billion that are owed across 2.7 million people in the state of Florida, and 4.60 billion of those dollars just belong to 325.1 thousand people under the age of 24, which would be like our population. So I think it's safe to say a lot of us owe, including myself, educational debt. So advertising Bright Futures early on, I think, can help alleviate that, because just looking at like our freshman scores and stuff, a lot of our freshmen just don't make it to have the full Bright Futures, like full tuition coverage. And then as for House Bill 17, also known as Senate Bill 1368, we are going to advocate against this. While the idea was really nice to target middle schoolers to prepare them for like the SAT and the ACT, the problem is the requirement that we're placing upon them. We're only targeting students who have a high GPA of like a 3.5 and who test, I think, like over like 1,000 or so on their PSAT. And that's great. They're high achieving students, but we should target all middle school students, especially those who are not high achieving. And I just think it's going to cause more division within our middle schoolers, and just kind of like leave our underachieving, I hate that term, but our middle schoolers that aren't necessarily meeting like that standard behind. And I'm going to yield the rest to Chair Vasquez. Okay, so I want to give context to for you guys to keep in mind for all three resolutions. So at the top, before it starts discussing the specific bills, you'll see factual data that we got from our legislative priority surveys, why we specifically chose to discuss the bills that you'll see, and the topics there. So the bills that I wrote about regard immigration and higher education. That's an amendment that we'll be seeing in debate. But the House Bill, give me 1 second,
244 and Senate Bill 244 and House Bill 855 were introduced by Senator Fine and Representative Tremont, titled Post-Secondary Education, which aimed to prohibit undocumented students from applying to Florida college institutions and receiving offers of admission to those institutions, in addition to removing the out-of-state fee waiver for the students who might qualify for that. Specifically, it defines what an undocumented student is in the state, and then it specifies that colleges with an acceptance rate of 85% or higher are what undocumented students can apply to, which actually is only 9 out of 40 schools in the state, which makes it obviously not as accessible as being able to apply to all 40 schools. In addition, the out-of-state fee waiver isn't something that is just granted to any student. Students have to apply for it and be accepted to get the waiver, and to do that, they have to have attended a high school in the state for 3 consecutive years, and then be admitted into a college for 24 months after they graduate high school. So we are very much against these bills. And then the other bills, which you'll see in the amendments, originally the bill was discussing DEI in specifically medical school institutions, so higher education medical schools. But the bill was changed in committee to remove the DEI aspect and just change it to standardized exams. So we are still against the meaning of the bill because it would impact students applying to go to medical school in the state of Florida to require them to take standardized testing. The issue we have with this is that it doesn't specify specifically that this standardized test is the MCAT. In the original bill, it did, but in the secondary amended bill, it does not say that, meaning that any institution would be required to administer a standardized test only in the state of Florida. So even people applying to medical schools in Florida and they're from out of state would have to take a standardized test. With this could come a potential for students to have to pay to take this exam on top of the MCAT, which I've also included. The cost to take the MCAT alone is $345. So I imagine like just an additional cost on top of that. So we're very much against that. And obviously UCF has a College of Medicine. So yeah, we also...
You have about a minute remaining.
Okay, I'll yield then.
Okay.
All done.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Lipner.
It seems as though a lot of these concerns are not necessarily with the intent behind the bill, specifically looking at the MCAT one in most direct of concern, but more so the wording behind it. Was there any thought behind advocating for an amendment as opposed to completely denying a House bill or Senate bill?
Wait, can you repeat your question? I don't understand.
Yeah, for sure. Was there any consideration behind advocating for amending a bill as opposed to directly opposing or supporting?
Yes, that is something we can do. So I think in the verbiage of our briefs, if you like in the research that we do, we write out like how this bill would affect students and how it like if it would benefit or not benefit, and like in different like sectors like economics, that kind of stuff, and then how the bill could be changed to a way we would like it, but we don't necessarily write that in the resolutions, but it is something that we teach in the or hopefully we get to teach in the info sessions when we prep students to go.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Vasquez.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vasquez.
A motion to see all of my amendments.
There's been a motion to see all of Chair Vasquez's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I'm going to start from the bottom because that's just how it's easier to discuss first. So in committee, we discussed removing the writers of the bill that we would send these resolutions to, like the reps and senators who introduced the bills, simply because we've been seeing a lot of changes happening day to day. Like like you see, I had to change one today because it changed yesterday. So we've decided to remove this just so we're not sending representatives and senators resolutions that are out of date, especially because we'd be sending these like after they get signed by the Senate President and pro tempore. So we decided to remove those. It doesn't really matter for like internal entities on campus for us to send that kind of outdated because it still sends the message of why we decided to write these in the first place, but definitely not to people that we're going to be meeting in Tallahassee. And then the other amendment is for, like I said, one of the bills that we were discussing originally was changed a lot in as a committee substitute. So that's House Bill 731. So you'll see it as CSHB 731, which again just removes the DEI aspect of the bill and then just implements the standardized testing. There's a lot of data about the MCAT itself in the resolution, so I included that for you guys to be able to see, but keep in mind that the bill seeing in the legislature doesn't include anything about the MCAT. So the standardized test that's being discussed in the bill isn't the MCAT. It could be something, a secret third option, so to speak. But I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Varela? Yeah. Okay, Lipner?
It seems that SB 1710 is still going through the process of passing and still includes DEI on that. Was there a reason why we're getting rid of that, seeming as it's still the concurrent bill in the Senate for this House bill?
I'm going to yield the question to Vice Chair Rowland.
Yeah, upon discussions with Gray Robinson, our school lobbying firm, they said that the current intention of the legislature is to move forward with the community substitute. If that's not true, we can reevaluate at Day of the Capitol, but I'm inclined to trust our lobbying firm on this one.
Any further questions? Lipner?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela?
Yeah, I think the first part of this amendment, which is removing the representatives off of the waivers off, is pretty important because we don't really want them to get this resolution like out of turn with the actual advocacy agenda in case there's some sort of last minute changes. Also, we don't want to annoy them by flooding their inbox because that would just make our advocacy like not effective. And also to kind of elaborate more on why it's important that Florida schools administer the MCAT and other exams because it will make us extremely uncompetitive in the med school market. Because imagine if you're trying to convince a student from North Carolina, you have to take the MCAT and also the Florida exam, you know, to go to a med school, right? It'll basically make it so we can attract good students from out of state. So I think it's probably an oversight on the author's intention. So I think that the bill is very flawed in that way. So it's very important that we advocate against or at least for it to change. And then I also move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 39 to 0, the amendments pass. And I'll see Wanjan's amendment as the representative one. I'll see that as a technical. It was all of Andrea's. And then Wanjan.
Move to see all my amendments as technicals because I don't know if some of them have already been accepted, but I have like commas and apostrophes and stuff. The only one that might not be a technical is the and fees to the tuition.
Yeah.
I think Brody might have already accepted all my other ones.
Okay, that's fine. We'll see. See those all as technicals. Does it not change the meaning at all with the and fees? Okay, I'll see that as a technical too. Lipner.
Motion to see my amendments as technicals. in like the sixth whereas clause. It's just adding bright futures and clarifying the grammar because the abbreviation is mentioned below that.
I'll accept bright futures. Yeah, I'll see them both as technicals. Okay. Lipner,
And then may I debate?
you may.
I think this is especially important as considering the fact that the bill regarding the standardized testing is not just about medical school, but all degree programs offered by any medical related program. And so that affects bachelor and master's level students as well, meaning that the MCAT will probably be used for medical level students, but not necessarily for those at the other levels, and a new test will be made for those individuals. So it's extremely important that we advocate against that and support GAP because they've been doing great work. I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? You object.
I withdraw.
Okay. Johnson.
Can we motion to see my amendment as a technical? I just got rid of the BF because I never use that abbreviation anymore, so it's just not necessary.
Okay. I'll say it's a technical.
Sorry.
Lipner.
Move to vote now.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 37 to 0 to 1, resolution 5623 passes on second reading. Resolution 5624, oh, Gaudio, sorry.
I move to suspend Senate Rule 5.03.
Which one is that one?
That is the one which handles, I just had it pulled up. Hang on. The procedure and reading of measures.
Okay. Well, can you say again? 5 point.
Senate Rule 5.03.
There's been a motion to suspend Senate Rule 5.03. Are there any objections? All right, you object. Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Wanjin.
I mean, I assume this is trying to push through us not seeing something on third reading, like just seeing it on second reading and saying we're done with it. I don't even know if that's fully how that works because I haven't talked to Brody about this, but it doesn't take that long to just use proper procedure and go through third.
This would be making it proper procedure. It would take more time to go through second and third reading for all three resolutions than to just suspend the rules temporarily, go through the motions, and then just bada bing, bada boom, we're done.
All right, we're now in a 5-minute debate period. Hamid, Kringle, Colazo.
So I'm going to be voting with the objection. 1, I think that this is wasting our time. 2, I think that we're talking too casually about suspending our measures. 3, we could just see these things as a block on third reading, and most of us would just say, yeah, this was great, let's move on. Also, sorry if I sound a little stressed, but we still have to see Eternal Nights, and that's something that me and Vice Chair Vasquez worked very hard on, and I think that we should just move on.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, the objection is Wanjin, the motion is Gaudio. All right, with the vote count of 31 to 7 to 0, the objection holds. And we are seeing resolution 5624, resolution addressing Florida legislation that affects the UCF student bodies healthcare gap committee. You guys have 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
I'm going to yield to Kushi.
So I was the GAP committee member in charge of the reproductive rights, so House Bill 1573 and Senate Bill 288. It basically addresses the exception to Florida's 6-week abortion ban, ensuring access to critical care when a pregnancy becomes inviable and poses a risk to a woman's health. So this bill basically streamlines the process instead of requiring 2 physicians to confirm the medical necessity of abortion to just 1, and it also revises the definition of fatal fetal abnormality by adding the word prolonged and replacing the word imminently with shortly. Considering the University of Central Florida is the 2nd largest university in the U.S. and it is one of the most diverse institutions with 53.9% of students identifying as female and thousands pursuing a career in healthcare. Without well-defined medical exceptions, doctors may hesitate to act in critical situations, leading to worse patient outcomes. This bill ensures that both patients and healthcare providers have the legal clarity needed to navigate complex medical cases safely and ethically. What these bills propose is an essential first step in protecting reproductive healthcare while paving the way for further improvements in Florida's healthcare landscape. And for UCF students, it impacts healthcare access, future careers, and personal rights. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Quartz. Green, sorry.
Thank you. So I was in charge of, excuse me. I was in charge of House Bill 469 and its sister, Senate Bill 542, which were introduced by Representatives Rosenwald and Spencer to the House and Senator Osgood to the Senate. This is an amendment to pre-existing legislation, which aims to reduce disparities in healthcare as it pertains to different racial and ethnic minorities in Florida. So the original bill, as written, focused primarily on chronic diseases. So, for example, sickle cell anemia, maternal mortality, and postpartum complications, things of that nature. The amendment that this bill covers is an addition to include mental health and substance abuse resources as well. In addition, this particular bill is especially relevant to UCF, being that we are both in HSI, and considering the fact that of our almost 70,000, student body population, over half, 51.5%, identify with a racial or ethnic group other than white European American. So it's quite pertinent to UCF's community, and I believe we should all vote in favor of it.
All right, we're now line for questions.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I yield the rest of my time to Chair Vasquez.
And I yield the rest of the time.
Okay, we're now line for questioning. Jolliker.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. You object. Okay, do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Okay, Wanjin and then Lipner.
The therefore be it resolved clause includes HB 832 or 823 and SB 932, which appears to be the Healthcare Freedom Act in the Senate. Is that still supposed to be there, or was that supposed to be removed for
That is
introduction?
supposed to be removed. Thank you.
Lipner.
I was just hoping to get more feedback about what Gray Robinson had to say about these 2 bills.
I'll yield to Vice Chair Garland.
Yeah, so as far as I know about these, they weren't super heavily discussed, but I don't think Gray was going to talk anything about them, but I can give you my own assessment as a political person. They're probably not going to see too much movement in the in the House or Senate, but kind of what we do with bills like that, just for so also the general student knows, is that even when a bill might not see a lot of progress in the legislature, we still want to bring that bill and the ideas within that bill to like our advocacy day, with the intention of maybe getting that language of the bill repackaged into an omnibus bill later in the session, or maybe even the next year, right? It's too important to say that we care about these issues and that there is someone advocating for it, because there is always the potential of that bill being repurposed either that year or the next year or even the year after that. So yeah, these bills are probably as it is unlikely to pass the legislature, but doesn't mean that we can't advocate for them to ensure they're filed next year and to maybe get their language put onto an omnibus bill towards the end of the session.
All right. Any further questions? Vasquez.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vasquez.
A motion to see my amendments, Wanjan's amendments, and Green's amendments.
There's been a motion to see Vasquez's amendments, Wanjan's amendments, and Green's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Hi again. So similarly to the last resolution, at the bottom, we're just removing the representatives and the senators that were involved with the bills mentioned in this resolution, just so that they don't get any out-of-date copies and stuff like that. And then Wanjan's amendments are just grammatical errors in the bill, and then Green's is just amending what Wanjan had mentioned earlier about a bill that's not supposed to be in there. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Kringle.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on all the amendments. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 1 to 0, the amendments pass. We're still in debate. Varela,
May I retain?
you may.
Awesome. Yeah, both these bills are super important. I think they are of high interest to the student body, as our data and the legislative survey shows. And even if they may not pass, we need to bring these ideas to the legislature to know that UCF cares about them. And with that, I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 36 to 2 to 0, resolution 5624 passes on second reading. Resolution 5625, resolution addressing Florida legislation that impacts the UCF Student Body Civil Liberties Gap Committee. You guys have 5 minutes whenever you're ready, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
I'll yield to Senator Reed.
Thank you. So I was the senator in charge of researching House Bill 75 and Senate Bill 100, which is titled Display of Flags by Governmental Entities. Essentially, the goal of this bill is to prohibit any governmental entity, whether that is a public university, any type of public K through 12 school, as well as, just any government office, from being able to display flags that might be deemed politically charged, I guess. It wants to remain neutral in political stances in terms of what flags are being raised. However, in their definition, this does include racial, sexual orientation, and gender, which is directly for pride flags being flown as well. So UCF as a whole has definitely shown that they do support LGBTQ plus students, as well as our multicultural and students that come from different racial, cultural backgrounds. And so we are speaking out against this bill because it is seen as kind of a direct attack to the freedom of expression for students, and also different RSOs or organizations for being able to raise or display flags that might be deemed politically, lean one way politically. And with that, I will, what's the word? Yield, sorry guys, to, who's the next person? Candeloro, Senator.
Okay, so in terms of firearm regulation, We focused on House Bill 759 and Senate Bill 920 titled Minimum Age for Firearm Purchase or Transfer, which lowers the minimum age requirement for purchasing or transferring firearms in Florida from 21 to 18. HB 759 amends Florida statutes 790.065 to allow individuals aged 18 to 20 to legally purchase firearms from licensed dealers, importers, and manufacturers. If enacted, the bill could have direct implications for college students, including increased access to firearms for students that are 18 and older. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, there were 45,222 firearm-related deaths in the United States in 2020. Of these, 10,197 deaths were of youths between the age of 0 and 24. Allowing firearms to be easily accessible to teenagers is dangerous as it contributes to a rise in firearm-related incidents, including potential conflicts, accidental discharges, or suicides. In 2020, homicide was the second leading cause of death for 15 to 24-year-olds. Homicide was the largest single category of gun deaths among children and teens in 2021, accounting for 60% of the total that year. For the UCF community, this bill could lead to a rise in firearm ownership among students, posing safety threats for both students and law enforcement. Therefore, we are strongly urge against the actions of HB 759 proposes as it seeks to give gun rights to youth adults, raising significant concerns regarding public safety and firearm-related deaths. I yield to Senator Curley.
Yeah, so I was in charge of Senate Bill 144. Florida currently has a statute that makes it so that same-sex marriages are not legally recognized, but that's unenforceable due to Obergefell v. Hodges. But by passing this bill, it will ensure that in the event Obergefell is ever overturned, same-sex marriages will continue to be recognized in the state of Florida. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Lipner?
Same question directed to GAP leadership. What was Gray Robinson's take on these three bills?
Awesome. Yeah. So for the one about the same-sex marriages, same thing as the other ones, no real movement. The other one, the flag one, they said it was going to see, I think, traction within the House, is what we have, but it's definitely still moving. So that's definitely one that we'll be looking at a lot at the target. And then the one with the selling of guns to persons aged 18, that actually passed the House on third reading like yesterday. But our Gary Robinson did say that it seems like it's going to face traction in the Senate. So that also is something that's really interesting to look into, and that we'll be keeping an eye on.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vasquez.
I'll move to see, Bobby, do you mind if I see your amendments, and Chris? Yeah, okay. I move to see all the amendments.
There's been a motion to see all the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so again, just removing the representatives and senators involved at the bottom. Those were the ones I made. The ones in orange, at least they're orange for me. Senator Wanjan's amendments to some of my mistakes. And then just removing a line. And then Karingal's, the spelling error, thanks. And then Chair Escobar's adding of LGBTQ plus student support services. I'm so for that. I'll yield. Yeah.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Okay, Escobar.
Sorry. Why'd you strike through that line?
So right. It is okay. So right now, the language of the bill implies that by repealing statute 741212, that would harm same-sex students, but 741212 is the actual thing that's harming same-sex students. So by repealing that, students in same-sex relationships would be benefited. But that whereas clause implies the opposite is true. So I decided to strike through it. If you want a better way to do it, I'm more than open to that. But
Varela.
Vote. Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the amendments. Joliker.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 3-0, the amendments pass. We're still in debate on the resolution. Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
This is an excellent resolution. I mean, come on now, guys. I'm the LGBTQ caucus chair, so of course, you know, I'll advocate for anything that's advocating for us. And then, you know, for the firearms thing, you know, I believe in the right to bear arms, but should somebody around my age be bearing those arms on my campus? I don't think so. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 4-0, resolution 5625 passes on second reading. Okay, we'll do this really quick. Is there a motion to see resolutions 5623, 5624, and 5625 on third reading? Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion to go back to notice of internal legislation on third reading? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now at notice of legislation on third reading. Banesh.
Motion to see 56, 23, 24, and 25 as a block.
There's been a motion to see resolutions 23, 24, 25 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Guys, we just saw these. I yield my time.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Bless you. Seeing none, we're now in debate. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I withdraw.
Okay. Lipner,
May I retain?
you may.
Overall, I am supportive of all of the bills on these and will be voting in support. However, I wanted to just voice my in general disappointment in the fact that sustainability in any sense was not included. As a reminder, sustainability is not just about the environment, it's about social and economic concerns as well. It's at the basis ensuring that we can support our current generation while also providing the resources for future generations to continue that provision. And the lack of recognition there was kind of disheartening. With that, move to vote.
Object.
Okay, Varela.
Just to touch on that, I will say that this agenda is subject to change, probably probable change, as the Florida legislature is a very fast-moving entity. I'm sure some of these bills will be passed or dead by the time we get there, or by the time even a week from now. So, me and Chair Vasquez have definitely been looking. We have environmental sustainability bills on our personal list that could easily be substituted in if needed. So, I would like to reassure Chair Libner that we have looked, and it is unlikely we will not be talking about any environmental issues at Day of the Capitol.
All right. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 36 to 0, the resolutions pass on third reading. All right, is there a motion to move to Senate forum? Any objections? Seeing none, Vasquez.
I'm gonna remove what I was gonna say. I think Eternal Nights takes priority right now.
Okay. I think for me, I would like to go through miscellaneous business first really quick and make those elections and appointments and then go to Eternal Nights. Okay. Okay. So we'll just, okay. Miscellaneous business. Okay. Elections. Oh gosh. I usually have a notes thing open for this. Hold on, let me find it really quick. Or I can just, is there a motion to open elections? Is there a motion to open the floor for nominations? Is there a motion to nominate Samuel Joliker? Is there a motion to close nominations? All those in favor of electing Senator Joliker, say aye. All those against, say nay. All right, Senator Joliker is elected to the FAO committee. All right, appointments. I hereby appoint Bobby Escobar to the LJR committee. All right, is there a motion to go to proclamations on notice of legislation on second reading? Any objections? All right, seeing none. Okay, proclamation 5648. Proclamation in memory of Diego Benacalazar Ruiz, Vice Chair Vasquez, whenever you're ready.
Hi. So to start off our proclamations for Eternal Nights, first we have Diego Benalcázar Ruiz. I felt really connected to writing this proclamation at first because he is from the country of Ecuador, which is where I'm from. Fun fact. So he originally got his bachelor's degree in the University of San Francisco in Quito, Ecuador in 2016, majoring in electrical and electronic engineering. He was a member of IEEE, and then Diego came to the United States to get his master's degree at UCF in 2019, and then was immediately accepted into his PhD program in electrical engineering. He was awarded a doctoral fellowship, which provided multi-year tuition support throughout his tenure at UCF. He worked on several projects at UCF, including comparison of unconstrained optimization algorithms using Rosenbrock functions, object retrieval using NAO robot, deep reinforcement learning for the control of spreading processes, distributed consensus, Kalman filter under constrained communication, and multi-agent reinforcement learning under constrained communications. I thought it was important to name all the projects that this person had contributed to. They also did an internship in Sweden as a visiting researcher at Stockholm University, which I thought was really cool. And at UCF, he also served as a teaching graduate assistant and a research assistant, and was the first author of 4 published UCF research papers. And with that, I do yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Joliker.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 37 to 0, Proclamation 5648 passes on second reading. Proclamation 50. Okay. Proclamation 5649, proclamation in memory of Zuraiz Asim Khan, Vice Chair Vasquez, whenever you're ready.
Next, we have Zariz Asim Khan. Zariz was an international student at UCF, originating from Pakistan. It's also noted that he was the oldest member of his family. He was also an honored player of UCF's flag football team, Vendetta, in the fall of 2021. And then he also played on the IM soccer team the last couple of semesters. They began their tenure at UCF fall of 2023 in the College of Engineering and Computer Science as a computer sciences major. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, Varela.
May I have permission to read a small obituary for him?
I'll take a motion. We're in questioning. Or I'll take a motion. Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Hamid.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 38 to 0, Proclamation 5649 passes on second reading. Okay, Proclamation 5650, Proclamation in memory of Kendall Elena Ng, Chair Hamid, and I yield the chair to Chair Courts.
Okay, Chair Hamid, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I yield to Senate President.
Okay. So Kendall and I came from the same hometown. We went to high school together and became roommates freshman year. In high school, Kendall was a cheerleader and a straight-A student. She never knew it, but probably knows now that I always envied how easy excelling in academics came to her. I remember when 4 of us from high school agreed to become roommates. She sat in front of me in Spanish class, and though we didn't speak all the time, she turned to me and was so relieved that she didn't have to go through the dreaded and stressful process of finding random roommates. After graduating high school, she dove headfirst into college life and embraced the newfound freedom, quickly finding friends and joining RSOs. She would come back and debrief with us roommates, where her specific spot in doing so was not in a chair, but on top of the table in the common room space. We would talk for hours, enjoying each other's company and reaping the benefits of girlhood. Though I knew Kendall in high school, it was during this time that I got to know her on a deeper level. I quickly learned that she was intentionally and unintentionally funny, outspoken, and that her intelligence went past just academics. She was level-headed and always gave good input if any of us needed it. She loved to chat, but was always a good listener and consequently a sturdy shoulder to lean on that I put to use from time to time. Following that note, Kendall was the roommate to go to when we needed outfit advice, as we could rely on her to be upfront. Beyond clothing choices, Kendall remained honest and stayed true to herself in everything she did. She had an unshakable ability to speak up for what's right, no matter if she had 1,000 people behind her or was standing alone. She was a staunch advocate for her friends and never wavered to stick up for those close to her while remaining compassionate and kind-hearted to everyone she met. She was humble and grounded in herself, exhibiting a poised confidence that elevated her in every room she walked into. I remember our first night all together as roommates in Lake Claire when Kendall decided to deep clean the bathroom, consequently using a lot of bleach and forcing us all to leave the apartment because our heads were starting to hurt. The 4 of us high school friends and new roommates walked around a campus that felt completely new and unfamiliar and talked about how happy we were to leave our hometown. We were completely and utterly naive to any future trials or tribulations and embracing this new chapter of our life with each other with the utmost bliss. Our imaginations were painting college life and what the next 4 years would look like that night with an overwhelming innocence and sense of hope that only the 4 of us would ever be able to recall and hold on to. It felt like the first night of the rest of our lives. Graduating this semester is bittersweet as I look back on the past 4 years and reflect on the life-changing experiences and people I've encountered. It's hard to fathom the loss of Kendall during this time when she had a bright future ahead of her and was only just getting started. She immersed herself in the UCF community and made an impact on those close to her. I can only imagine the heights she would have reached and people she would have touched. Knowing Kendall was a gift, and I only wish I had the opportunity to tell her that. I'm at peace knowing she's at peace and miss her every day, but I know she's always here, just in a different way. I yield.
It's yielded back to you, Chair Hamid.
I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Chair Hernandez?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Banesh?
May I retain? You may. First of all, I just want to say, Allison, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. That's extremely disheartening, and I'm very proud of you for, saying that whole, speech about your friend. That was really, really beautiful and brought a tear to my eye, truly. I feel like speaking on this, obviously, I'm going to vote in favor, but I just find it very commendable and very honorable to speak about your friend in such a manner that is just so respectful in front of the body. And I really enjoyed the anecdotes that you shared with us about your like roommate experience. I thought it was very cute and a little lighthearted in the face of such a distressing, proclamation. It was truly beautiful, and I'm looking at all the faces in the body right now. Like, it truly touched a lot of people. So I'll be voting in favor. And again, truly, truly sorry for your loss. Move to vote.
We are now in voting procedures. Okay, with a vote count of 40 to 0, this proclamation passes second reading, and I yield the chair back to Senate President Pullman.
Proclamation 5651, proclamation in memory of Stephen Paul Duncan, Vice Chair Vasquez.
To follow, we have Stephen Paul Duncan. Stephen began attending UCF in the spring of 2024 as a member of the Rosen College of Hospitality Management as a hospitality management major. We're confident that Stephen was an exemplary person and an important member of the UCF community, and I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Hamid.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Hamid.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 39 to 0, proclamation 5651 passes on second reading. All right, proclamation 5652, proclamation in memory of Sabrina Louise Smith, Chair Hamid.
So, Sabrina was born on May 18, 2000 in Melbourne, Florida. She graduated from Heritage High School and went on to attend Eastern Florida State College, where she earned her Associate of Science degree. She began attending the University of Central Florida in the spring of 2025 to study emerging media in the College of Arts and Humanities. She chose this major because she wanted to become a graphic designer, and that was seen a lot in her portfolio named Sabrina Smiles, which was ever expanding. She was also a member of the Wesley United Methodist Church and a youth volunteer for their summer camps. She was known to really enjoy volunteering for her church. In her free time, she enjoyed drawing, painting, singing, taking photos, video gaming, listening to K-pop, being involved in various charities, and watching Korean dramas and anime. She was also remembered to be selfless and a hardworking individual who brought joy to everyone she met. This is exemplified by her nickname, Smiley. She was a deeply cherished member of the UCF community, and I hope this proclamation honors her. I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Reed.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 39 to 0, Proclamation 5652 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5653, Proclamation in memory of Timothy Schmidt Jr., Chair Hamid, whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. So Timothy Schmidt Jr. was born on September 9th, 2005. He was highly involved with soccer throughout his life. He played around the state of Florida and for Hawaii for the Weston Select, Plantation FC, and Weston FC. He was also a part of the soccer referee crew with his best friends for many years when he was off the field. During this time, he also worked as a bar back for Smoke on the Water Cigar Bar in Weston, Florida. He began attending the University of Central Florida in the fall of 2024 to study marketing in the College of Business Administration. People remembered him for his pure heart, kindness, and passion for everything. And I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Lazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Muratov.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 39 to 0, Proclamation 5653 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5654, Proclamation in memory of Tyler James Wirtz, Chair Hamid.
Tyler James Wirtz was born on December 19th, 2004 in Plantation, Florida. He attended Cooper City High School, where he graduated with a 4.6 GPA and an ACE Cambridge diploma. He began attending the University of Central Florida in the spring of 2024 to study forensic science in the College of Sciences. In his free time, he loved to play video games, go to the movies, attend horror conventions, and go to concerts with friends and family. He is remembered for his kindness, infectious laugh, and enthusiasm for everything. And I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Ganesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 38 to 0, Proclamation 5654 passes on second reading. Hamid.
Really quick, I wanted to thank everyone for giving these proclamations your full time and attention. These proclamations are not just from me and Vice Chair Vasquez, they are from the entire Senate body, and I really do appreciate you guys being here and being a part of that. I would like to ask for a moment of silence in honor of the Eternal Knights. Thank you, everyone.
Is there a motion to move to advisor's report? Okay. I'll take a motion. Lipner.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Courts.
Lasso.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Doss.
Present.
Morozov.
Present.
Lim. Joliker. Kringle.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Muratov.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Gumarov. Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Fruity.
Present.
Lusht.
Present.
Gaudio.
Present.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Rickett. Chauhan.
Present.
Escobar,
Present.
Naguib,
Present.
Wanjin,
Present.
Johnson,
Present.
Patel,
Present.
Weiderberg, Green,
Present.
Hendry,
Present.
Ruben,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Alcuda,
Present.
Benesh,
Present.
Condoloro,
Present.
Colazo,
Present.
Rodriguez, Grosso,
Present.
Janadra, Holman,
Present.
Renda, Richmond, Shen,
Present.
Gorilla,
Present.
Vasquez, Present, Lipner,
Present.
Morset. With 40 out of 49, quorum is verified.
I adjourn this meeting at 11:30 p.m.